8 minutes past the hour, brand new hour and a brand new day. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's Kickoff Hour. Good Time Gang is here, and we are live, and we got a fun show for you today. A lot of activity today. We got Rick and Bubba University podcast with Colonel Oliver North. He's got a new book out, plus we'll talk to him today. That's this week's podcast, Rick and Bubba University with Oliver North today. I cannot believe this, but my youngest son turned 17 today. Reese, the boss Wilburn, is 17 today, which means I am officially old if our youngest is 17. Good night alive. Rick will be in Mississippi with Man Church today, and we'll have updates on that throughout the show. So a lot to discuss. We'll break it all down. A lot of the Southeast is consumed with more severe weather, and so make sure that you are tuning into your local Rick and Bubba affiliate as they will keep you up to date on your area. All right, well, let's bring him in. Eddie Van Adler, he's got TV rolling, and we thank him for being here. Over to my right, we got Greg Burgess and one Michael Helms. That is the Good Time Gang. What's up, guys? How are y'all?
Fired up.
Fired up.
Y'all ready to tackle the day?
Yes. Yes,
Getting
sir.
after it today?
We are getting after it today.
Greg?
Fired up.
Yeah, boy.
Fire it up, Greg.
Sure.
Ready to go.
Greg, that was
Yeah.
quite the opening.
How you like
Yeah.
that? Yeah.
I am ready. Thank you for asking.
Thank you for all your goodness.
It was almost like you were patronizing us.
I was, basically.
He was very observant
Pretty
of
much.
you.
Pretty much I
Oh,
was.
my
That was
goodness
it. We're all
gracious.
over it.
Today, International Waffle Day.
I like a good waffle.
Waffle or pancake?
I go between the
I do
two.
too.
You
If
can't-
I had to go one, I would probably pick pancake, but I go between back and forth. It depends on what mood I'm in.
It depends on the presentation.
How about them
Okay.
big Belgiums?
Mm-hmm.
You like them?
Yeah.
I like a darn old frozen Eggo. That don't bother me.
I like both of them really done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Don't give me
that was
doughy
my
mess.
Waffle House and any of those all-night diners, they make a good one.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you guys. Do y'all like it? I mean, I'm talking about you like it well. I mean, done well where it's
Yeah.
a little crispy,
I
or
do.
do you like
Yep.
them a little soft?
A little over. I like everything overcooked.
I
A
do
little.
too.
We'll go to Eggo's
With
at the
exception of
house.
steak.
We'll go to that in a second.
I love a good
That
Eggo.
is the quick. I got to go somewhere. Let me throw a waffle.
And if you got microwave bacon, you got a full meal in like 5 minutes.
You kidding me? Huh?
Good.
Now, do y'all go just strictly syrup? Are you a honey?
Syrup,
Are you a honey?
syrup and butter?
Okay.
I go butter first, add the syrup, and then I'm ready.
I'm usually syrup only. If the
Really?
butter is there, I will leave it on there.
love
But I never,
butter.
like at the house, I never put
It's
butter.
a requirement for me. I mean, I can go without it, but I'm disappointed.
If we're in a
I
hurry,
don't have
it's
butter.
syrup only. But if we mean business, it's syrup with peanut butter. And that's
Have
kind
you
of
ever
our
just eat
go-to.
one plain
I mean, I haven't probably since.
with nothing on it? Just
No.
pick it up.
I do know
I don't
people that
think-
do that.
I know. That's not me.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
That goes on
That's
a
their
lot.
choice, or that's
Yeah.
just hey,
Oh,
every
that's what
now
they
and then?
like.
Yeah.
They think it's some healthy, stupid thing.
Well,
Don't
but
need the syrup. Don't need
healthy.
the
You
sugar.
wouldn't. I think you stop before waffle if you go in
No,
healthy.
I mean, but I think there is they think it's sharp if
Yeah.
you just don't put anything on it.
Yeah.
Because they got like wheat ones, which
Yeah.
they're not any good, but yeah.
All right, I'll give you
They
that.
just need crispy,
like 'em.
fluffy,
Mm-hmm.
fluffy and crispy.
All right, I'm
Fluffy and
hungry.
crispy.
It's official.
Now,
It's been a while since
now
I've
look,
had a waffle.
Don't
by
get
the
me
way.
wrong. I
Or
like a good
pancake.
stack of pancakes.
Ooh.
Man.
What
Cracker
bet-
Barrel's got the best.
I was asked, boy, good night. And that warm syrup they bring out.
That's good.
is that your favorite waffle at a restaurant? Are you going?
Pancake, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
I mean, I'm sorry, pancake.
Yes. That,
It's
if I
Cracker-
say,
Cracker
Greg,
Barrel
we're going
pancake.
out to eat a pancake, that's one of
About
them.
as big as a plate.
Yeah, they give you 3 of them. Mama's pancake dinner or something like that. Uncle Herschel's sister's pancake.
Let me tell you something. You better not have a lot planned after that because you're going to be moving a little slower coming
They
out.
good. Bacon with it.
Now, if I gotta
Nice.
have a certain syrup, it's. I mean, I get my choice. I'm going maple syrup
Yeah.
Mhm.
all the way.
Yeah.
There's just it's not high dollar, but I like it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's great.
Do you ever?
Do I order a waffle today since it's waffle day?
Well, maybe so. Do you guys ever get the biscuit at Cracker Barrel and slice it open it up, and then pour the syrup on it?
I do that with a lot of biscuits.
Yeah. Boy, it's good.
I like to get those real thin biscuits that you can buy.
Yeah.
It's some lady's name. Not Sister Schubert, it's a different one.
Mhm.
And get them cooked real crispy and then open them up, put butter and syrup on them.
Yeah.
I am absolutely starving right now.
Yep.
So anyway, International Waffle Day. I just thought I'd start with that. Just see how y'all
Well,
felt about it.
I like it.
So y'all
Could be worse.
Yes. Could be worse.
Could be worse.
Could be Raw Oyster Day.
Yeah, I don't want to participate in that.
No, not at all. But
I've eaten raw oysters, but I don't see the point.
Yeah.
I just don't. You don't. I don't even go. That was good.
mm-hmm.
I know.
So we started receiving in the mail yesterday birthday cards for Reese, and
17.
and he got home yesterday from his little spring break trip, and we were sitting around talking. He's the only child at home right now, and so we were just sitting around kind of reminiscing, and cannot believe he's 17 years old today.
That's right.
That's insane that we, I've had two that's turned 17, so I'm not new to 17, but I am new to the youngest one being 17.
Yep.
How was it this week it was almost empty nest for y'all. Y'all got to experience that for a week.
I got in trouble because I announced that I liked it.
I think most men
wrong
do.
with that.
Yeah.
I think
Nothing wrong
most
with
men
that.
do.
Yeah, and Terry's like, do
Yeah.
what? And I'm like, I'm kind of digging it a little bit. We can do really whatever we want.
Whenever we want.
Exactly. Yeah. And no worries there. But yeah, it's been a little strange. I'll give you that. Reese is so independent though, and he loves that, and I love that about him. That you sometimes
It's almost like you're there now.
Yeah. I mean, because even though we see him a lot and we hang out a lot, he's still working and doing his own thing.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it's been nice. But I did. Her reaction was not one that I thought I would get when she said, "Well, yeah, it's been kind of weird. It's kind of quiet." I'm like, I know. I'm kind of digging it. What do you mean? I'm like, I'm not saying I don't love my kids, but just a couple of days of, hey, we're just hanging out and it's just us. I like that.
Yeah.
Couples need that for sure.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. A lot to discuss. A lot happening today on Rick and Bubba. They'll join us after top of the hour for the main show. As I said, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast is recorded today. That'll drop Saturday morning with Oliver North. So we'll catch up with him. He's got a book out, plus talk to him about just the world in general and his take on it, which there's a lot there, believe me. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 20 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Kickoff Hour. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We could do unscreened phone calls at any time, so be looking for that. You helped produce this hour. As I said, we have Rick and Bubba University podcast this week with Oliver North. We'll do that today. That'll hit Saturday morning. And a lot happening. Rick's scheduled to be in Mississippi tonight with Man Church. We'll update you on that as well. Plus, we just mentioned my youngest turned 17 today. And we celebrate Bubba's birthday tomorrow with an Edgar's birthday cake tomorrow. And I think the theme will be right on. And it's amazing what they can draw on cakes now. These cake artists, I don't know is that what you call them? I guess. I don't know. But they are something else. You give them a theme and they'll bring it in with that theme on the cake. And that's we have a good one tomorrow. And so we'll celebrate, sing happy birthday to Bubba again.
It's almost like putting a tattoo on a cake.
Yeah.
So that's what they do.
Something else. They just sit
so
there
instead of being a tattoo artist, they're now cake artists.
and they're holding that little thing. They're just using it out.
And it's painless.
I wish you were a cake
Unlike
artist.
with a tattoo.
Really?
I just wish you did cakes and you'd bring them in every day and we'd see, hey, look what Speedy did.
Check out this
like
new
it.
design, guys.
Check out this, guys.
Right. What if my big thing is I just did real bad art, but I
Yeah,
claimed
but we couldn't tell you it was
right.
bad.
But I was like the James Canup of cake artists, and I thought they were
And
good.
we had to humor you when you come speaking of them ugly cakes.
and I was
look,
so
guys,
proud
this
of
is Bubba, and it wouldn't look anything like
it. Yeah.
it.
I was just so proud of it.
Yeah, that'd be good. That would be better.
Yeah.
Seriously. I would enjoy that more. And he claimed he was going to quit the show and just go into that.
Yeah.
We couldn't tell him that he was going to not be able to make a living.
His go-to is buttercream icing.
Oh, yeah, it was just known. But it tasted bad. We just
Yeah.
couldn't tell him. He left something main out of it.
Yeah.
And we didn't have the heart to tell him.
All right. So speaking of cakes, there's nothing better than an Edgar's birthday cake that we have delivered.
Bubba,
but
yeah.
Terry will make chocolate cake for all of birthdays, and it's our favorite. And it's
Everybody
like
likes a good chocolate cake.
I mean, it's got so many layers to it. I mean, it's just so good. And
Is that
last
the one that's
night,
got the little thin layers
oh
in it?
yeah, of course. And I told her, I said, please don't hold back on the icing either. So last night, she started the process of the cake, and she was waiting to put the icing on it. Today, of course, because that's his birthday. But boy, that house, does anything smells better than just a cake?
Did you go in there and lick the pan?
Well, I thought about it. It was
After
out in the
the icing
counter.
and all that's
I'm
done?
telling you, that'll be.
Yeah.
Hey, the icing it comes out today, but the cake was being made yesterday.
So when
and-
Lisa makes go drop cookies, I'll go in there and the pan's left. If she scooped it out of it, I'll give you a big old spoon and whoop,
yeah.
still hot.
Oh my goodness. I love it. So looking forward to that today. Little piece of chocolate cake.
Hey, little cake.
Reese too. He's so laid back. Terry and I was like, it's tough to buy him anything, because he's just so whatever. So
Boys are like that
Yeah.
in general.
Yeah.
But he's even more mature, so that's
yeah,
why
it's just
like
that, and it's like you just don't need a whole
my
lot.
14-year-old
So I don't know.
daughter this past week has acted like Bubba. Wanted something every day.
Okay.
Yeah, every day. Can't give her enough. Can't have enough cakes. Can't have enough candles. Can't have enough this, that. Hey, we need to go stay here, do that. It's
Oh.
like, wow. Okay.
Okay.
So much different situation I'm dealing with this week than you are.
Yeah. It was pretty. He just got home. He's like, okay,
And that's the
whatever.
way my son is. My son's like, it's my birthday. Okay, move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you still want to do something for them.
You do, yeah, yeah. Little surprise there.
Yeah.
But he did announce to the family, I don't need anything, so don't get me anything. And I thought, well, Greg would be so proud of that. But he's 17, so enjoy it.
Sure.
This one here is an interesting story, and I've been talking to you guys off air about it. But can you just listen to this headline? The police say a Florida mom shows up to daughter's school wearing boxing gloves,
Okay.
fights a child, and gets arrested.
So she put her gloves on
Yes.
for the bout.
Yeah, Edith Riddle, 34.
So they actually fought.
Arrived at the school wearing a boxing glove, telling school officials it was super glued to her wrist and she couldn't remove it.
So she acts like that. I'm not here to fight someone. I just have boxing gloves on because
Right.
I can't get them off.
Right.
Is that what she was? That was what she was trying to sell.
Yeah. And then next thing, the school safety officer says he heard a teacher's frantic announcement over the school radio that there was a fight occurring outside the cafeteria around lunchtime. When the officer arrived at the fight location, he found the mom had been involved in a physical fight with the victim, and the victim was the child's rival.
So, someone in charge spotted her.
Yes.
And then when she gives them the excuse they're super glued on, they said, "Come on in."
Yeah, that's what the victim's mom is saying.
Oh, there's nothing strange about that at all.
Right.
Come on in.
And that's what the victim's mom is saying. You mean to tell me that school
Why
officials
would you super glue gloves to your hands in the first place?
Right, allowed this story to be believed and let her in to the
crazy.
School with wearing a boxing glove.
I'd like to know how many rounds they got in and who won.
I mean, good night.
Were they ringing the bell between rounds? Since she had her gloves on.
Riddle's daughter pushed the victim to the ground and threw some punches before the suspect also joined in punching the victim. So now we got mom and the daughter and punching the victim.
See, that's the problem. We got people like this person raising children.
Yeah.
That's why everybody's half nuts.
So is this not – so I've got a boxing glove on. I'm not hiding it. I'm just showing up with my boxing glove. I didn't put it in my purse and then put it on.
Well, no, we couldn't put it in her purse because
Right.
it's super glued to her hand.
Right.
Let's
So
not
she
forget
claims.
that, yeah.
The report says that Riddle had been had the boxing glove on her hand when she arrived at the school, and as I said, told the school official that it was super glued to her wrist and she couldn't remove it. The victim.
Well, then I go,
suffered-
well, I guess you're not allowed in here because that's weird.
Yeah, as you can imagine, the victim suffered some abrasions and on the knee, forearm, according to the report. The girl's parents arrived at the school and told police she wanted to pursue criminal charges to the mom. The parent took the victim to the hospital to get evaluated. That is bizarre.
What if the victim's mom would have showed up with some gloves on and they
said,
duked it out?
and said, "It's on.
We're going to settle this
I'll meet you out front
in the octagon
All right, so back when you could fight at school or whatever, and you didn't
not get arrested.
Right.
Yeah.
How about when early in the day there was a rumor, hey, there's going to be a fight after school.
Oh, I remember all that. Yeah. Hey, so and so, they're fighting after school.
So and so are fighting after school.
And they'd be a huge crowd.
Oh, I mean,
and nobody would fight.
like in a movie. Yeah.
Well, there were several times. It was the activity building for us.
It was
at
it?
Glencoe.
Is that where
Okay.
In the old middle school.
Yeah.
Okay. And rumors would circulate.
Yeah.
And usually Coach Rob would be not the Hoax Bluff Coach Rob, but the Glencoe Coach
Yeah,
Rob.
two
The
different
brothers,
versions.
by the way, two outstanding
So
men.
he'd have to call the fight.
And he would get word. It'd circulate. He'd kind of hide out in his office because it was in the activity building.
Uh-huh.
And then he'd make his way after.
So
and,
he
and
knew the
there
whole
would be
time.
a couple punches probably thrown in most cases, but he was there plenty of time to break it up.
Paddle
And
everybody.
he always showed up there, and I'm like, you knew this was going on, didn't you? Okay.
You're talking about the worst kept secret all day?
Yeah.
It was either that or the Chevron parking lot, which I
Oh.
always thought that was a bad move
Yeah.
because it was right near a highway, and hey,
Yeah.
there's a lot of
I know
police
what you're
officers
talking
around.
real.
So what are we doing?
What are
And
you
Andy
doing?
ran it at the time.
Oh, boy, Andy had to go
Yeah.
break fights up.
Sure.
Oh, Andy.
No, I think Andy enjoyed it.
Yeah, he probably
Yeah.
did. Because everybody there went in and bought a Coke.
Well, that's what I was going to
And
say.
candy bar.
Yeah, they had to have some concession.
That's true. He may have actually started this rumor. If you got a problem with someone, come to my place and y'all can fight in the parking lot.
Yeah.
Just
You
don't
know-
block the gas pump.
You know how the joke is you can do a Florida man and put your birthday
Yeah.
in. What it's starting to. We're gonna have to do a Florida woman too because those
Florida
stories are
thing is
yeah,
legit.
They're real.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. 29 minutes past the hour. You're listening to the Kickoff Hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. It's the Kickoff Hour, and we thank you for being with us and making us part of your day. Go to rickandbubba.com for all the information about the Rick and Bubba Show. A lot happening at old rickandbubba.com. If you looked at the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, you would see that Man Church is in Mississippi tonight. We'll keep updating you on that as the day progresses, but be paying attention to the show today on updates on Man Church tonight in old Mississippi. As we come on back, we've had some pretty good discussions in the breaks about old fights in school and growing up, which are pretty entertaining.
You were a bully. We found that out.
No, not at all.
I got an email. This is, I'm mad at myself for not remembering this. And I thank you, Dustin, for sending this to me and reminding me. He said, you forgot about the meet at the independent field for pre-fight scheduling. There was an independent field that was, quarter of a mile from the school.
Yeah.
And a lot of things took place there, too.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
That's funny. I forgot about that.
You know, now everybody's got to, you got to make sure if you ride the school bus, you got to make sure that you're on the right bus. You got to make sure that you're on that you're on the right bus. And you know what I'm saying? It's like, you can't just get on a bus. But back in the day, if you were going to go home with somebody or whatever, you just get on the bus and go.
Pile on there.
And if the rumor ever started that there was a fight after school off campus, then everybody would ride the bus that would get you to that location.
And not worry about how to get home.
Yeah, and the driver would just, stop and let everybody out.
Yeah.
And I know they had to know, don't you?
Because something's up.
Yeah.
You would think.
Because, good night. And if you're missing it, last segment, a Florida mom showed up at school with boxing glove on to beat up her daughter's rival and got through the security at the school to the cafeteria and got in a fight. So that's brought up all this.
If there's one thing that has changed for sure is parents they sent their kids to fight their rival.
Mm-hmm.
I remember my dad saying, you better handle this.
Right.
Like, this is what you do.
Mm-hmm.
I don't handle this for you.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
And I was telling you guys too. There was I will say two situations. One in middle school, one in high school. The third was really not a big deal, so we'll move that over to the side. But there were two situations in middle school and high school where if it happens today, if I'm little bitty Helms and I'm in high school and middle school, I get kicked out of school and not able to come back.
Sure.
Yeah, it's
that's
a
how
whole
much.
nother world.
That's how much it's changed, even in the last 20 or 30 years.
Mm.
And it wasn't really a big deal. We sitting here talking about it. It really wasn't a big. It was just a fight.
Yeah, and by the end of the day, you're normally friends again.
You are.
Oh,
you
yeah.
are.
Real close
Yeah.
friends.
Because me and my buddy got in one, and we were going to fight. We're going to fight again after school at baseball practice.
Right.
We were going to do that. And by the end of the day, we were like, let's don't worry about that.
Nobody shot or stabbed. You just got in a fight, and then and it was over.
There was a little bit of blood.
You'd either be expelled or an
Busted
alternative
nose.
school.
You had either a little bit of busted nose, an eye that you couldn't really
Swole
see out
up
of real
eye.
good. Yeah. Outside of that, you were really fine. You were out of breath for a minute.
Oh, remember how tired you are?
Yes.
Oh, God. It'd come out in a flurry, and then your arms get tired, and you're just exhausted.
Yeah.
And speaking of those times,
Yeah, at the end.
you didn't have cell phones for parents to track where you were or anything.
No.
You just show up.
You just kind of over in somebody else's neighborhood and wonder how you're going
You
to get
hope
home.
everybody showed up what time they were supposed to show up. You didn't have any. You call them or anything.
No. Isn't it? Wow.
It's weird.
Yeah. Check in every now and then.
Yeah.
Good night alive. Could you imagine that now?
I can't imagine my kids right now. I'd be a nervous wreck.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
My parents handled it a lot better than I would have.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
866 we be
I'd
big.
go
with
days.
what you got.
I'd just go days, and they didn't have a clue where I was at.
Days.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, you go, you get up, you go to school, you do all these sports. And next thing you know, you in your home, you're in the bed asleep.
Uh-huh.
Dad was a fireman, so he,
Work weird hours.
he worked weird hours, 24 on, 48 off. Some depending on what shift they were on at that time. But there were days where he was 7 on, 7 off,
Right.
5 on, 5 off. Yeah, you work overtime too. So
Yeah.
it's a weird deal. It's a different time.
Little Michael.
We had to run by the fire station just to see him.
There's Dad.
Some good memories though.
All right, we have a lot of phone calls coming in. We haven't done this in a while, and I have a feeling it has to do with fights or something like that because they're lighting up. Unscreened phone calls, 866 we be big.
Speedy as a bully. Go.
What I announce is your area code, and that kind of lets you know.
What
Plus
happens if you got two with the same area code?
Yeah, I've always wondered.
Well, they don't know that. I mean, only the person calling knows their area code, right?
Well, yeah, but if you got two of them and you say,
Well, they're
area
on
code,
hold saying, "Hey, it's me," and it's not.
Right.
He doesn't have.
I don't even know what they hear on their end.
Let's go to
like I know what I'm
256.
talking
You're
about.
on the Rick and Bubba Show with unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Glencoe native. Asking if he knows about Hager.
Who?
Hager.
Glencoe native, he said, and he wants to ask you if you know about what?
Hager. We used to meet at Hager to fight.
Hager.
I do not.
You never got enough.
Now, what era was that?
It was at the foot of what we call Dump Hill.
Okay.
Dump Hill.
Yeah.
What a great hill.
It's
Dump
either
Hill.
it's either younger or older. I don't know, but it was always independent building, independent field, activity building, or Chevron. I don't know about Hager.
Back in the late 80s, it was you met at Hager. You go up there near the old senior citizen building.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
You cut back off down at the bottom, down in there. That's where everybody hung out. You all found down there.
That's
funny.
good stuff.
Yeah.
Back in Pascagoula.
That was right before my time.
If it was a big one, okay, it was at the point, and that's at the end of Beach Boulevard, right there on the beach, and at the end of it, there was this big open parking lot, and everybody would go and hang out there. And I'm talking about if it was a brawl now, and it was a bigger one than just I'm meeting after school.
Yeah.
It would just continue. The rumors would get around town.
Oh, yeah.
And all word of mouth because you didn't have phones back then, cell phones. And Friday night, good night. You kidding me?
See,
it was on.
When we were growing up, there was a boom of neighborhoods being built.
Yeah,
So the underdeveloped ones where they just had the road cut in.
yeah.
That's where
You
you
had different ones throughout the town, and hey, meet me there. And then you'd see cars just pouring in there. 'cause
Sure.
Somebody's fixing to get in a fight.
Unscreened phone calls. Let's jump out to 205. Area code 205 is on unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Okay, back in the 70s, they let seniors drive school buses.
Right.
At Oxford High School, my school bus driver would let the kids off at a certain spot and fight, and he would sit there and wait on them.
Funny.
Yes.
That's so good.
Times were way better.
Yeah,
then.
yeah.
They really were. You
Yeah.
would think they would have been worse, but actually they were better.
Right.
A lot less trouble.
And I believe that story because we recently discussed my
The
dad
seniors
remembered
driving buses.
my dad turning 17 because Reese turned 17 today. So it was a discussion. He's like, I remember my 17th birthday. That's when I got to start driving to school.
Oh,
bus.
yeah. Big deal.
It was. Let's go to area code 352. 352. You're on the Rick and Bubba Show. What's up?
Hey, this is Dan Davis. I was wondering, when are they going to put the blame on the media? Going to put the blame on the refugee from Syria that did the shooting instead of blaming on the white guy and trying to take all the guns?
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah. You can tell that the narrative has changed a little bit with the media, and I'm talking about within half a day. It was all about gun control, whatever, and now more that's coming out about this Boulder, Colorado shooter that killed 10, including one officer that responded. Now more and more is coming out about him, and now if you can tell that everything, the narrative has changed a little bit.
Yeah, they went through about 3 different scenarios, so they landed.
Yeah, both on 2 terrible situations: the Atlanta shooting and then the Boulder, Colorado shooting. The media wanted one narrative and tried to push it, and then when more came out, it's like, okay, well, now what do we do?
And I saw today just the headline. Was it in Atlanta where they arrested somebody going in a grocery store with a bunch of guns?
Oh, good night.
So, my goodness.
866 We Be Big. Let's go to 334, calling unscreened phone calls. What's up?
Hey, I got a fight story.
Okay. Go ahead.
You want to tell it to you?
Yeah. You're on the Rick and
You're
Bubba
on
Show.
there.
You're on the air. We're not
I'm
screening
sorry.
you.
Okay.
Yeah, it's his
I'm
unscreened
sorry.
phone
I'm sorry.
calls. You've made it.
Yeah, and I'm listening to the radio. Yeah, okay. So my dad grew up in Foley.
Ooh.
And this is a story. He told it to be the truth. Now, he was a couple of years older than Kenny Stabler.
Yeah,
Okay.
And he and Kenny and a couple of those other guys
the snake.
would go down to the hangout in Gulf Shores. And back then, on 59, between Fort Morgan Road and down to the beach, to the T down there, was a dirt road. So all you had down there was the hangout. These Robertsdale guys would come down there, and that was the big fight. Every Friday and Saturday night, you'd go down there and you would fight Robertsdale or some of the Loxley guys. Now,
funny.
Daddy told this story to be the truth. Kenny Stabler, when the cops come and you're fighting them, now they're your best friend, because now it's you against the cops. So
Yeah.
they were running and scattered, and Stabler got up underneath a car and rolled a couple times up under some other cars and stood up and turned around and ran right into the police chief. And that's the end of that story.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, there you go. On-screen phone
ain't
call.
even around her.
You never know.
So there.
Let's go to 256. We'll do this one and then get to the break. 256, what's up?
Hey, I was just going to say, hell, you and Greg got it sound like I some kind of dang Don King there in Glencoe.
I'm telling you what, Andy you had a little fight club going. Had a fight club.
So good.
Hold on. Is this Andy? Hey, Andy.
Yeah.
Why y'all staging?
UFC.
Why y'all staging? Andy was a promoter.
Yeah. Andy.
Championship wrestling.
Well, Chevron was a spot.
Why you here? You buy you a canned drink and a candy bar.
That's right. Come on in, fight. Whatever you want to do.
So good. Thanks, Andy. Good hearing from
I
you.
was wondering if he was listening.
Well, sure.
Oh,
my
man.
goodness.
So good.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back. One more segment before the main show starts. Rick and Bubba are here and ready to go for this Thursday edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, if you're listening live. We've got Rick and Bubba University today with Oliver North. That'll drop Saturday morning, so make sure you set your notifications and subscribe to the Rick and Bubba University podcast.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is
It is 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much
waking on
for
the
tuning in to
Bubba.
the old Rick and Bubba show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. You know, with everything happening in the world, now more than ever, you need to be getting after it when it comes to your business, making sure that you are off to a good year. Our national sponsorship team at SSI has asked us to remind you that they're ready to use the power of this program to help accomplish your goals for your small business. Whatever you need to advertise, we can do that for you. And, you know, the network with SSI is really a great, advertising strategy. And not only that, but our local sales teams do an amazing job. But our show is heard on over 50 network radio affiliates. We have our YouTube and Blaze TV feeds, our 24/7 TuneIn.com digital radio channel, all the social media platforms, podcast, and online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. It's there for you. So contact our team at SSI by calling 203-431-0790 or drop them an email at Rick and Bubba, that's spell out and, Rick and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. They look forward to hearing from you to help get your message out. And as I said, not only our national sales teams, but our local sales teams, they get after it, and we appreciate you tuning in today, and maybe someone can hear a message here on the Rick and Bubba show that you're wanting to get across. All right, so we have a Rick and Bubba update here.
Yeah.
Yesterday, late in the show, we did a story about a girl that was found in a sewer. She was naked.
Storm drains,
and she hadn't been heard of in,
for
weeks?
a few weeks.
And Rick and Bubba asked, please, let's stay on top of this. We need an update because we were just guessing. There were no details, but you say we have one.
Yeah, this is from her account of what happened. She said that she was swimming, near a canal, near her boyfriend's home. While she was swimming, she came across a doorway near a shallow part of the canal. She said she entered the doorway and noticed a tunnel. She became curious, began walking down the tunnel, which led to another tunnel, and so on until she became lost. Okay, her boyfriend did report her missing on March 3rd. So they don't know how long she was in the tunnels. She claims she was walking the tunnels lost for about 3 weeks until she saw some light and decided to sit there because she saw people walking by. According to the report, it's unclear how long it took for someone to notice her. So she claims she got down in them tunnels, got lost. Doesn't explain why she's naked. I don't see that unless she was swimming naked. But she says she was swimming, saw this door in the shallow part of the canal, opened the door, got in it, got to walk around these tunnels, got turned around.
Curiosity got the best of her.
And the boyfriend reported her
about that.
missing. Something happened between her and him. I'm not buying that story.
Yeah, that sounds weird.
Something happened.
So all of a
between
sudden,
those two.
I'm in a
Storm drain.
underneath a road. Here I am.
She was walking. She saw a light. From the road through the grate, she could see people walking by.
But been down there for weeks. That's what she.
Now, how you gonna be? You get hypothermia, naked, walking around there for weeks.
Yeah.
When does starvation kick in?
That's what I'm saying. This is not the end of this.
No, something.
Now I will say this. I will say this. If I was down there, it would intrigue me. I don't know that I'd go this far with it, but if I was swimming around or whatever and I saw a door and I got the door open and I saw tunnels,
I wouldn't go.
There would be a little intrigue there. I'm not saying I'd do it, but I do get that people like that kind of adventure and all that. But now 2 weeks and no food and
But wouldn't you stop
freezing
and call whoever you're with? Hey, come here. Look at this.
Wait a minute. Hang on.
Okay, you can find more?
The woman will now undergo a mental assessment. Her mother told police she has a history of mental illness and is known for doing odd things and making bad decisions when she's high on drugs.
Well, we go. There we go. And now we find it.
Wow, there it is.
There it is.
Yeah, the naked part. You got to kind of explain that.
It hadn't even addressed it.
Yeah. And plus,
for lack of a better word.
Looking at the picture, it doesn't. She would have had to have army crawled through a very small tunnel to get to where she is if she got there through the sewer system. Is what it looks like.
And you're not
going
to be naked for weeks in a sewer system and not get hypothermia or something.
Also, you shouldn't swim. I don't think you should swim in those storm drains.
You shouldn't do that.
Probably not.
Y'all, I used to go through some sewers, by the way, when I was a kid.
What?
I spent
You-
more time in
little guy?
sewers than I should have as a kid.
Really?
Actually, sewers.
Okay, like you know how when there's a slightly raised highway, then there's the water tunnels underneath,
yeah.
all those things. I would be in those a lot. Like on my bicycle, I would use the storm drain system in Texas to get to like say the Dollar Theater.
gotcha.
And so from my house, I knew that I could ride through the storm drains and get to the
Gotcha.
Dollar
So it's
Theater
really
or
not
whatever.
sewer.
It's not
Really?
not really sewer, but I got you.
I would,
More of a
as a
storm drain, like,
kid,
yeah.
by myself, I would just ride along the side of the road and see which hole had the most light, and that's all I could. That's all you could see. You could just see the light at the end of the tunnel, and I would just go in my bike and
awesome.
just ride through it. And sometimes you'd hit some algae. And if you turned at all, you're going down. And I found myself laying on the ground in like algae a lot. And for some reason I was naked
and afraid.
But I can't believe I did that. Like I would never do that now.
Yeah, what
I
if
would
Ruby
be way
did
too
that?
scared to do that right now.
What
but I
if
did
Ruby
it all
got
the
to ride
time.
bicycles was old enough and she did that? You'd be mad.
I would say,
Whip her.
Ruby, no.
No, ma'am.
Don't do that.
Yes. But I would never do that now. I would be
I would've
scared of
done that. That was
spiders,
cool.
and I would be scared of homeless people. I'd be so scared to
Yeah.
do that now. But I did it all the time as a kid in
Yeah.
Texas. Why was that okay?
What-
Different time, guys. It was a
adventure.
different
Was
time.
it like in a movie too, where all of a sudden a bunch of rats start coming out?
and rats?
Good
Flash
night.
flooding in Texas? That's real.
Yeah,
That's real. You don't want to be in the tunnel when that happens.
No, especially in
No.
San Antonio.
And you cannot turn. I cannot stress that enough.
I
If you
know.
are on algae, you better not turn that wheel at all. Otherwise,
Hold
you're
it
going
straight.
down.
And if
Hold
you
it
bust
straight.
it, there's nobody's there to help you.
you better
'Cause
get
you're-
up. You better get up and go.
You know, I would like to point this out, and look, you're a grown man now, but it wasn't too many years ago where you jumped in the fountain out here in front of everybody.
You did.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
that
that's
was for
some-
Speedy.
Yeah,
that's something that you
that
would
was
have
for the
done.
show, yeah.
Here's
Now,
the
that
thing.
was a dare, but
He did a handstand and fell into it backwards.
My point is this:
Awesome.
I bet you won't.
that's something a kid would do. So it's
Yes.
not completely out of you yet.
That's
Still in
true.
him.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
That I hit my head, by the way. Hit my head on the bottom.
That
of
could have been a
fountain.
really dangerous situation.
Yeah, there was
when
like
you,
poles and
Yes.
stuff.
But I just got to tell you on behalf of thank you for doing it.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
You went above and beyond the Call of Duty on that one.
You did.
I got that one lady wet though when I splashed her. That was bad.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please.
6 minutes past the hour.
Ooh, it brings
Rick and
me to
Bubba
my
Show,
knees.
thank you for being with us. We got a lot to do. We'll start this hour with a national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us as we move forward. Much to do on the program, and your phone calls are part of it at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We got Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us. Willa Meat did spin today, so if you missed it this week, she's been put back up, unplugged, and trying not to cause trouble. Across the way, there he sits, the pride of Cedar Springs, Alabama. Most of you probably know him best as the Silver-Tongued One, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba!
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, those that's got your helmet handy today, welcome to the Rick and Bubba experience. Come on, fire it up, man.
Clap your hands. They can blow up in your face. So read those instructions, light the fuse, and run away. All right, so I picked up on something. There's you ever been watching something and you're like, I'm waiting for it to click. What does this remind me of? What does this remind me of? And then there's that day it all comes together. You're like, that's it. That's what it is.
Uh-oh.
So where we live, there's another severe weather precaution today, and they all vary. You don't really know what they're going to do, but you stay ready. And there's different levels, and we got it at this level and this level, and then it may come here, and we think this is a time frame, and then it's going to be up here. Nope, drop back down here. And so you just have to pay attention to it and listen to the experts and respond and be ready. And so,
be alert. Be alert.
Be alert.
Rick, I was hoping that maybe Amanda Helms might have a PSA ready for us today.
I saw that. Do we have one?
Or we could just replay. Can we just replay the last one?
I think you just replay the last one. Although she has got some new information from James Spann in regards to.
Okay.
She was wanting to be able to, she's a lactation consultant and she wants to know what to do with a baby. Like,
Okay.
Hey, we can't put helmets on babies. What do you do?
Right.
And so you actually put them in a car seat.
Well, how about that?
Put them in the car seat secure where you're going to be. You still want to put some protective gear on their head, but so she had me ask James that yesterday, and he came through with I know. I mean, there it is.
Let me ask you. I want to say this though to the.
I started to wear my helmet in today.
I want to say this to
you don't believe how big it is
to the audience because I know that we've all lost the ability to reason. This means you do this if there's a tornado warning in your area.
Correct.
It doesn't mean today you sit there like this all day long. I mean,
right.
it is.
But Rick, you could if you want to be really safe.
You want to be prepared and put it out.
Right.
Have it ready to go.
But we're not putting on helmets and sitting there all day.
Right. And I think some people sometimes, like somebody asked me my reaction to this kind of stuff. I said I try to be cautious and steady, though. I mean, and methodical. Like even if I hear that there's a tornado warning for my county, I actually take the time to see what part of the county it's actually in.
Right.
Yeah. Because counties are big. Mm-hmm. And sometimes there'll be one for my county, but it's nowhere near me.
Right.
So I don't go sit and put all this stuff on if the tornado is nowhere near me.
Yeah.
Now if it is at 100%, so just.
Well, I even told Amanda, of course I got in trouble for this one, but hey, when you do these things, you don't have to get my helmet and shoes out. I know where they are.
Right. Well,
I
like them sitting out there. I know she is. I like them out there so we can see them like planes on the deck of an aircraft.
Our video wouldn't have meant as much if my shoes and helmet would have been sitting.
I know, Helms. She's following the 5 P's.
She is.
Prior planning prevents poor performance.
Mac Daddy
or
threw
six if you listen to School Closing Time.
Right, or Mac Daddy.
Yeah. So the
same area that came out with that extra one.
Yeah. So I, with all this weather stuff going on and the people tied to our show, and again, I know a lot of you in the audience, you don't have any issues today, but a lot of you do, or may. Hopefully, it'll just be a lot of rain and thunder, and it won't be a big deal. And we haven't heard anything where it's already come through that it got bad. So hopefully, it won't get bad for anyone today. We hope. But anyway, I made an observation in our own world, though, that still, if you're someone who listens to the show or watches the show, you'll still get it because these two people are on the show. And I noticed, and this, just hear me out, I noticed that James Spann and Greg are more alike than we think.
How's that?
Well,
we all want to hear that one.
Okay, we come back, I'll tell you.
I don't think that's a bad thing.
It's not. I made an observation during the last severe weather coverage. And like I said, when something's happening, you're like, what does this remind me of? It reminds me of something. Mm-hmm. And then all of a sudden, it has hit me, now that we're in another day of, watch out, everybody be ready, and is that it hit me coming to work today. That's it. And I had been thinking about, what does this remind me of? And I've got it. Okay. And I think I can convince you. Of course, now you're not going to watch weather coverage the same today after I say this. It's all you're going to be able to think about.
Oh.
So be aware of that. But that one right there and James Spann,
I can't wait to hear this one.
There's some similarities there that you may not have noticed. And we've even talked about it, but we've never connected the dots. 15 minutes past. We'll come back. How does James Spann and Greg, what do they have in common?
Rick and Bubba.
the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Oliver North, scheduled to be our guest today on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. His brand new book, Veterans Lament. And we'll chat with him about that. And you can hear that this weekend on Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. It's usually available to you on Saturday, so be paying attention for that and enjoy it. Consume it on your time. That is a unique podcast that we do most every week here on the Rick and Bubba Show, if you've never tried it, and it's available wherever you get podcasts. All right, so let me walk this out about Greg and James Spann, and I don't know with everything going on, he may be too busy to talk to us today. We may try to get an update from him today for those of you that will be are being impacted or may be impacted by it as another front moves through that may have some issues. All right, so when I watched his storm coverage last Wednesday, we had a really a level 5, and you could tell that James was hyped up on a level 5. Right. But even when he's on the show, if you'll listen, you'll hear these things.
Yeah.
James Spann and Greg Burgess have a lot in common. I'm not in their grasp and knowledge of climate and weather. I'm not talking about that.
Mm-hmm.
But just their personalities. Picture if Greg were a meteorologist, and I'm telling you, there's some Spann there. Now, I'm not talking about the part where he loves kids and all that. I'm talking about when he is dealing with people and dealing with weather. Like, remember we kept talking about, you could tell, you know how Greg, when something gets on his mind that annoys him, he just keeps talking about it over and over again?
Yeah.
Well, last week I noticed Greg would have handled rain-wrapped tornadoes exactly how Spann. I mean, we got a tornado right here. Of course, it's rain-wrapped, and you can't see it. And we're not going to be able to see it. They're rain-wrapped. It's there, but they're rain-wrapped. I mean, of course, they're rain-wrapped. I mean, we can't. And I start thinking, that's how Greg would do.
Yeah.
And then this. Of course, some of y'all on face bag and you tweeters. And I
Now
thought,
that, absolutely.
I thought, there's Greg again.
Yeah.
I mean, he's ripping people.
Did you see him make the statement where you can't hurt his feelings because he has none?
Right.
Yeah.
Look, and what about this? Now, right here, we got Oshu. Of course, these idiots are driving by. I don't know why they're on the road. I mean, that's Greg. You know how because I mean, things that let's get this camera here now. Let's see. I mean, we should be able to see it right there. Some of y'all, this is not like Oklahoma, okay? You can't see them like you can in Oklahoma. They're rain wrapped. And you know how Greg just keeps hitting these things? And really, he's talking to himself the whole time. I'm telling you, James Spann has a little.
I can see it.
He and Greg, it's Greg.
No nonsense.
Yeah, of course. I know some of y'all. I see what y'all saying on face bag, and some of y'all need to just. You don't know what you're talking about. Why is this idiot driving? It was rain wrapped. Can we not get that camera? What's wrong with the camera?
He gets very frustrated.
Oh, yeah. So I could see Greg. I noticed when he was doing that thing where he kept, because he must have mentioned rain wrap.
Oh,
and then he would come
so
back,
many times.
and then he would remind everybody it's not like Oklahoma. And I thought, well,
because it's rain wrap.
Yeah, this is what Greg does. You know, when you'll hear him, he'll come over and tell you about his day.
Yeah.
And then you'll hear him walk by, and he's doing it again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because I got to go do that, and I got to get this. And of course, it ain't going to be right. And I mean, and as James was doing that, I kept thinking, this reminds me of somebody.
Can I tell you my favorite? Because I used to have to deal with this working in the control room of TV, is when he wants something on the screen and it's not, and he'll mention it hoping it'll pop up, and then it doesn't. And he'll say, hey, if anybody's listening in the back.
Right, yeah.
We really need 3 shots. We need all 3 on the screen and leave it up here. That's my favorite.
At 7, we got him.
Okay. So we will talk to James, and I may have to. I don't know if it's too serious weather-wise now. I won't do it. But one day when it's a little lighter, I'd like to tell him I'm seeing some correlation between him and Greg.
I mean, people are frustrated.
But the things I just said, can't you hear it?
It is, and
they're rain wrapped, guys.
It's so
I know
serious,
y'all want to see them, but they're rain wrapped.
I mean, they're not there.
The whole thing is serious, but we have to find some comedy in it.
You should be going through your plan right now.
Right now.
Now, so I don't know
Get in your safe place.
And I'm looking at what some of y'all doing on Facebook, and and why is this person driving? What about when he goes to one of the storm chasers and people are just flying by him on the road?
Rick, and don't forget when
he
he gets to listing all their qualifications, because people are going, well, why are they at? Well, I'll tell you why. He's been doing this for 10 years.
That's why
he's talking about
out.
John Oshu. He goes, he knows what he's doing.
Well, and here we got spotter convergence. Golly.
Not that.
Well, of course, that's spotter's convergent. They're converging on each other.
Yeah, I was laughing when he said they were close enough.
Talk about somebody's working it out. It sounds like Greg to me.
You got to work it out. Right?
When he said they were close enough to kiss each other, of course, John Brown is a welder, fabricator. Works in a steel shop where they do all that kind of stuff. And I thought, boy, that'll play great.
Yeah, it's almost like, and then the way Greg and Spann talk about all these little small towns and streets in America. Spann, for all his work and going out and doing weather. Greg, from his days in the power company, there's similarity there.
You're right.
Of course, right here, that's the Meat and Three. We used to eat at.
He knows
right
all the eat places. Greg, other than knowing weather, y'all are a lot alike.
Thank you. That it clicked with me. Now the weather part.
Maybe you should be a meteorologist. Maybe you get a weekend gig
I'll
with
be
James.
honest with you. When you're a lineman, you kind of are. You learn about weather.
Yeah, you have.
Your whole life revolves around it, and you kind of learn, if the dew point and the temperature are close to the same, you better look out.
Mm-hmm. Sherry gets some Sherry gets some kind of magazine. What is it? What's the one that's a Southern,
Weather Today?
No, the Southern magazine's been around for years.
Southern Living?
Is that it? Yeah, maybe it is. But it's one of these kind of magazines. And she gets
Storm Chasing United.
Well, they have this. They have this article. This article that she reads all the time. This is where I'm going with it. And the guy, his title in there, and he keeps answering people's questions about gardening, and he's annoyed by the things people ask and do. And the name of the column is The Angry Gardener.
Oh,
so what if somebody had Greg Burgess, the angry meteorologist, tonight at 6 and 10, and all he would do is come out and be frustrated.
Quit confusing a shelf and a wall cloud. They're different.
And James loves when people complain about him breaking in on network programming. Hey, but look, we say because this is important. I'm sorry that you're not.
Of course, some of y'all are going to keep complaining about us breaking in, but this is important. And to Bubba's point, hey, some of y'all think y'all sharp. Send me pictures of wall clouds. I need a wall cloud. Can't you just hear Greg doing it? Some of y'all need to learn what a wall cloud is. Now, you think you sharp on Facebook. you got your picture, of course, and they're rain wrap. We can't see them. That's why you can't see them. They're rain. This is not Oklahoma.
We
got a lot of trees, a lot of hills.
There's hills and trees and rain.
On Rick and Bubba University, maybe we need to do a storm spotters class sometime. Get them to teach and give everybody the difference of what to look for.
I'd like to be a storm
This one right here, one right here, Greg.
Because I like to get out in it.
Yeah.
First of all, at least it gets me out. I get out and start riding in
Well, look, I can hook you up.
Yeah, you can be a storm. Greg, be a storm spotter.
I may have to do that.
If I watch the next severe storm coverage and they go, we got John Olshoe, we got John Brown, Greg Burgess. Oh my gosh, Greg is converging.
Imagine that update.
Greg, get away from Olshoe, you're converging.
A frustrated update from a spotter. Imagine that.
All right, Greg, you got it. Yeah, if we can get these idiots out of my way, I can't see.
Rubberneckers everywhere.
James, and some idiot just asked me why the cameras aren't any good. I told him they're rain wrapped. Doesn't mean it's not there.
Yeah. Well, the Good Time Gang, we love to go look at traffic because I think we all like, just.
I like getting on the porch and
just looking at weather.
Coming.
Yeah, looking at but this one here, he'll surprise you.
Of course, somebody's claiming it's not tornado. So y'all can't see that debris signature. Y'all can't see it.
Hey, that purple ball, you better look at.
You don't want that.
I don't like the debris.
No.
Boy,
but see, Rick,
bad sign.
Hey, that means one is down.
Then stuff's flying around.
But everybody's all right to him. Like if he would see something like somebody needs help, he'll be all right.
Yeah, there's two things.
Yeah, that's the only problem.
There's two things that make James and Greg not alike, and that's James' never-ending tour of children's schools. Greg wouldn't do that.
No.
That's a lot of cakes he gets.
And James's knowledge of weather. But as far as his attitude about things, there's some similarities there. And it clicked with me this morning because I was like, well, James will be frustrated. And I started thinking, James frustrated. Wait a minute.
And both of them are sleepy a lot.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sure.
I like James's stance on sirens. He loves those.
Yeah. Every time he's on, I'll say, well,
Rick, you need two. You need your smartphone and a radio. Weather radio.
This is my favorite because I love doing this.
I have both.
What if you put a siren over the top? A little icing on top of it.
I'll text James today and I say, hey, we may be doing some travel. And I said, but I ain't going to worry about it. I'm just going to listen for sirens. And he will go nuts.
I got one right by the house. It does let me know. Now, it may be down in the southern part of the county.
Yeah. Can I tell you something? Sirens, that sound is very scary.
Oh, yeah, I think I want them gone just for that because the way they make you feel.
It's a terrifying sound.
It is. It's a terrifying.
And then,
that's pretty good. And then that voice starts booming.
That computer voice.
There is a forecast.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thanks for being with us today. Relief Factor. Maria, thank you for your email from the great state of South Carolina, registered nurse. She works in orthopedics and neurosurgery post-op. Said, I'm writing to say that I'm amazed that a natural product like Relief Factor is superior over some of the anti-inflammatory drugs and pain meds I'd been using. I could feel my pain dissipating within the first 24 hours of taking Relief Factor. That's great news, Maria. Now, I'm toward the end of my second month using. I don't have any pain in either wrist, and I'm capable of doing computer work or things like opening jars without fearing increased pain. I'm completely satisfied with the product, and thank you guys for pointing me to it. You're welcome, Maria. Would you like to send us a similar email? You could have a similar experience with Relief Factor. Now, if you want to find out, it's $19.95, and that sends you 3 weeks of the product. And I have friends that tell me on a regular basis, hey, Rick, just thank you for pointing me to the product. And it says for them it's been life-changing as well. I take it every day. I love it. I can certainly tell a difference. So if you would like to get it, and I love that it's all natural, so we're not worrying about side effects. These are 4 botanicals that have been, showing some success with the body's inflammatory response for a long time, but now we put them all together and let them work together almost like the Avengers of inflammation. So put them to work for you by going to relieffactor.com, relieffactor.com, get the quick start pack. Within 3 weeks, you'll know whether this is going to work for you or not. You also can find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Bubba, let's do a little bit of a pandemic update, including Bubba's antibodies test. Bubba, we mentioned after my physical last week, they went ahead and did an antibodies test since they were doing blood work, and I still have them. They're still strong. You went to have yours checked yesterday.
Yeah, 90-day checkup on that post-COVID, and antibodies still cooking. So good shape there. I had a discussion with the I think she was physician's assistant. I can't remember her title.
Boy, if you don't get these right, they get upset.
Mm-hmm. What is it? You got physician's assistant, and then what's the
RN?
Well, no, it was higher than that.
I have no idea.
What's the other one I'm trying to think of? Gosh, Hams, help me out. Do you remember? What's the?
I know what you're talking about, and I can't think of the name.
I can't either.
Nurse practitioner.
Yeah, maybe in that.
There it is.
That's why y'all keep me around.
We were talking
younger
about
mind, a little sharper.
The antibodies, and I'd had somebody try to tell me that the antibody test wasn't very accurate, and I
heard that too.
And she said no, it's very accurate. Matter of fact, much more accurate than some of the testing they were doing. But we talked about it a little bit, and she said, the immune response you get from the vaccine is better. It's a wider spectrum than what your natural antibodies are. And she was encouraging me to go ahead and talk with my doctor about getting a vaccine at some point. And I said, well, we will. We're going to look into that. So a little further down the line, maybe.
Yeah, I appreciate what she's saying, but as long as I got antibodies, I'm not going in on the vaccine. I'm gonna wait till it gets.
And I feel good about his test. That means that mine's probably very similar.
Yeah, and I expected it to be good, but we decided we're going ahead and decided to do one at 90 days and 6 months, and just keep an eye on it, see how it tracks.
Well, since I gave it to you, I feel pretty good too.
Yeah, yours should be good. We learn more and more every day. That's why some of the expertise is being adjusted as we go. But they're running into people who some of them have keep the antibodies going for a year now.
Yeah, sure.
And that's as far out as we really have good data on it.
But that's when we start noticing T cells.
Yeah, the old T cells and the memory there. So, Rick, we also had some news. AstraZeneca finally got their numbers right, and they say now 76% effective as opposed to 79%. So we got those numbers worked out.
Yeah,
right?
the headline, AstraZeneca slightly less effective than first touted. 79, 76. I mean, do we care about that small a margin there?
In school, I didn't.
No.
Close enough.
That's true.
Yes, for sure.
So anyway, it looks like it's going to be pretty effective. Bottom line.
Yeah.
Is Johnson & Johnson? Is it still? Everybody's still doing okay with that? Is it still out there?
You don't hear about it a lot.
Yeah, well, I think it's rolling out. I know several people who've had it. So, again, more and more information will become available as more and more people, have them done.
So
I do think if you have one that's 85 to 90%, and then you got one that's 76, I'm going with 85.
No
if
doubt.
I got a choice.
No doubt.
Yeah.
If I have a choice.
Yeah.
No doubt.
A lot of times you don't have a choice, though. In some areas, you just get this or you get that, and a lot of it has to depends on what kind of storage facilities are available, and so you do what you can do.
And back to the school example, I didn't really have a choice on those either, but I would have taken a 79 over a 76.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Well, when the Pfizer and Moderna came in the 90s, that was not expected. They thought it was going to be in that 70 range, so that was more normal. And the flu shot, let's face it, that baby's about 50-50, it seems like. But it's actually, I think, 60-something. But maybe they can get on the flu with some of this new mRNA technology and get that knocked out too.
The deal, and it's not that can be. I mean, I don't know whether it's dangerous or not, but I know when you still have the antibodies, and you take one of the ones that puts that RNA deal, mRNA. And this is from a doctor. He said the problem is the antibodies see it and they attack.
Yeah.
So that's when all of a sudden your fever shoots up to 103. You start feeling terrible because your body goes on an all-out assault against it. Yeah. And until everybody settles, you're going to feel pretty bad for a day. Maybe two. Nobody's really going much more 2 days. But I, if I could avoid feeling terrible for 2 days and not running a 103, 104 fever, I think I'm on.
Be nice.
I vote for that.
I'm gonna vote for that.
Yeah.
But anyway, and I know this, and I always start feeling just a little bit when all of a sudden, there's a lot of talk that the vaccine is the end all and the greatest thing ever, even better than your natural antibodies. I'm always a little bit.
You start losing me.
Yeah. Let's don't go too far with it.
They're saying a broader spectrum.
Right.
In other words, it covers a wider range. You may not be, if you've had it like we have, you may not have immunity to the variants where hopefully that. But you got to think the shot is not protecting you. It's causing your body to generate more antibodies in a wider range.
Bubba, if you said this, I'm sorry that I missed it, but did they give you, because this is about me now because I'm on your plan, did they tell you when you need to do the antibodies test again?
Not yesterday. When I discussed it with the doc earlier, he said, let's go every 90 days and just see where you're at. Right. So, and it could fall off, tomorrow. Yeah. We don't know. Mm-hmm. We'll just play it by ear.
But their preference is every 90 days.
That's what he was saying then. Yeah. And, it may change. They may lengthen that or shorten it. Who knows?
Yeah.
But, I think I'll probably get the vaccine at some point, but it'll be a little further out.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of other people that need it first, so.
How about this? My healthy 30-year-old son got a chance to get it in New York, and he sends me the picture. I said, how in the world did you get the vaccine? And he said, I just happened to be in the right place at the right time where I work. They're like, hey, we got vaccines down here, and they're going to be thrown away if y'all want to come down here and get them. We anybody want it? And
what kind did he get?
I think Moderna. Yeah. So that was.
So he got the chips.
You're right. Well, but
no, don't start that.
Took the mark.
Yeah, I put I wish it was so. It was so funny because we deal with this a lot on the show yesterday, and so Sherry and I yesterday, my wife, we got to talking about the whole mark of the beast and the vaccine stuff, and I said, and I just simply said it doesn't meet the criteria, and then Sherry's like, all right, let's think this through, and of course at one point she had, and I said, Sherry, please never. She goes, well, unless. I said, what do you mean unless? She goes, unless all of a sudden you can't buy or sell goods unless you can prove you had the vaccine. I said, yeah, but the forehead and the wrist. She goes, and the way you prove that you've had it is a mark on your forehead or a mark on your wrist. And I was like, please don't ever say that.
Well, right now the mark's in your wallet is a card.
But anyway, we were laughing about it. She goes, and I guess if you got down to that, I guess you could, I guess. And how do you prove you have the vaccine? Mark on your forehead, mark on your wrist. If you don't have it, you can't buy or sell. So anyway, but the chip inside the vaccine, I don't think there's any concern about that.
No, that's not happening yet.
No, I think this is looking at that and talking about it. This is going to be a little more of what you saw in the Old Testament with Daniel. It's going to feel a little more like that. this authority says that you take this mark that will blaspheme the one and only living God, and if you won't do it, then you're not allowed to have anything. I think it's going to be a little more down that road. It's going to be you hold to your faith and probably be martyred because of it, as opposed to something that I think that's getting caught up in it could happen anyway with any kind of mark anybody puts on you. You're going to have to see somebody take power and start saying this is the mark that everybody must have. Yeah. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We'll talk to Spann, first segment next hour. Give us an update for those of you that may be having some dicey weather again today. Guys, I think that we might be able to get this gig, and Bubba was showing it to me earlier. There is a brand that is doing a casting call for a hand model, and they're offering $100,000 for the perfect. And Bubba, you taught me this new phrase, spokesfist.
That's what they're calling it. They're having a casting call to find a spokesfist. The gig will pay, as you said, $100,000. This is for a whiskey company. And, this is almost like something off Seinfeld, being a hand model.
No, George was one for a while. We wanted to be one.
He was your son was one in a chicken commercial.
No, you're right. Blake actually has done hand modeling. I forgot about that.
Do you think this might be something he would be interested in? Do we need to get him this?
I still laugh, and I know we've talked about it on the show, but I'm going to do it again because we're in the story because it still owns me to this day. I was asking him how his work gig had gone, and he said, here's exactly how it went. I was the guy that reached in and got a chicken finger, pulled it out of the that little thing they put in that little paper box, pull it out, and he goes, "This is how it went." And when they say back to one, that means let's shoot it again. And he said they would go, "All right, grab the chicken finger, back to one, grab the chicken finger, back to one, all right, grab the chicken finger, back to one. Thank you very much. You're a wrap."
How about that?
So get this: the open casting call is called the search for the $100,000 fist. The person who is ultimately selected for this role will have to appear in print, video, and social media campaigns. Additional role obligations are to be detailed in the winner's contract. Aside from the generous payout, Fistful of Bourbon will award its spokesfist with a custom-designed bottle in addition to hand spa treatments and workout.
That's funny.
All right,
the brand, Rick, will also connect the spokesfist winner with a top Hollywood hand model to keep the prized fist looking good.
So, but this is, again...
Do they think that anybody really is going to pay,
Two things. You wouldn't believe how much I care about these kind of things. Things I have to consider. Okay, first of all, I could not even consider this gig while my grandmother was still alive.
Right.
No.
But can people in heaven still see what we're doing? Because even though my face would never be seen and no one would know unless I want to do some interview or something whose fist it was if I got the gig,
right?
She would still know, wouldn't she?
Well, we really don't know.
We don't know the answer.
We don't know.
Right. Because
I don't think there's a clear picture there.
Right. So
I've always been curious about that one myself.
I know. So, but because you can't, this if she knew that I even walked past whiskey, it would be problematic. And but I guess what I would ask, since it's a bourbon, do they want some beautiful hand or should it be a rugged hand, Greg?
Yeah, true.
Greg, over to you now.
That's a good point.
I mean, it's a fistful of bourbon.
Hand,
it's
right?
It's not a fistful of cranberry juice. It's a fistful of bourbon. Shouldn't it be kind of a rugged hand?
You would think.
What I really think, while they do want a good hand to do this, I think the contest is part of the advertising campaign.
No doubt.
Because here we are talking about it.
Sure. Yeah, and
now, if you want to enter, and this is why, Spokesfist hopefuls can fill out their application at Fistful of Bourbon's website, which asks for the applicant's contact info, a link to the social media account of their choice, and a short statement on why they would be a good fit for this unique job opportunity. Of course, applicants shouldn't forget to upload photos and videos of their fist for consideration.
Do you think
who here do you think has the best shot at a hand?
Oh.
Well, what are they? Are they looking for rugged? Or
I think complete story, complete package. It has to be Greg. Hey, here's this brand. Here's my hand, my fist. I've been with a power company, and I'm now on a nationally syndicated television and radio show, and so there's a lot of marketability with
Greg,
that.
$100,000.
Oh, I would love to have that gig.
It's just
You kidding me?
We need to almost get do we have a glass or anything we could? With all the different, it's hard to do the camera angles.
Greg, don't you have bourbon in your office?
Yeah, I do. No, and let me explain. Let me explain that. Let me explain it. Let me explain
there is an explanation here.
It's for those rough days.
No, it's never
I
been
didn't mean
open.
it like that.
It's never been open. Hey, we had a visitor in the golden ticket seats whose husband worked at the distillery in Lynchburg,
right,
and brought a
customized
whiskey with the Rick and Bubba logo on the glass, and it's never been opened.
Right,
it's for look.
But just the way you.
I know that sound. Oh yeah,
you say yes, I do.
I didn't mean. I got me a bump.
All right, so Adler, this camera that points over to where Greg and Helmsy are.
There it is.
If we all went and stood in front of
I'll
it
go
with our fists, that's where we need to be. All right, so this. Do you have anything we can grab?
Yeah.
No, Greg. It's going to be a can. We just need a glass. It's not a. We don't hold a bottle. You don't hold a bottle. All right, so
we have cups in there, do we not?
Yeah. Here, why don't we? What about this?
What about right here? Can we go right here?
Yeah.
Here, I'll move.
What about that? Should we do that?
Oh, that's great.
Is that it?
Hi, Greg. Swap with me. You get right over here.
What am I doing?
Here, take either one of these. Take that.
You just reach
And you're going to be. We're going to look at you in that camera right there.
So it's a cup. It's not.
No, it's.
We don't know.
It's a glass in that picture that we just saw on the screen.
I tell you what, it's not. That's syrup, barbecue sauce, and hot sauce.
No, it's not that.
Speedy, I think Speedy was on a scavenger hunt in there.
A customized Rick and Bubba bottle of whiskey.
And I'm pretty sure this
Gentleman Jack
has been canceled.
yeah, I don't think you can have that.
All right. Nah, it needs to be a small. I think what we got over here is better. Yeah. Okay. All right, Greg.
You need to look in the camera and say something cool. Like,
No, you don't get all that. You
just
just
a
get
hand.
the hand.
That's all they want.
You got to
is a hand.
zoom in, tight shot on the cup.
Tight shot on the cup with Greg's hand. We got to see how his hand looks.
I don't like the way your top finger's bending down.
I know. I'm telling you, I don't have. It's not.
All right,
a great
zero in on his hand and the cup. And
just zero in right here live. It's fine.
Yeah,
and truck the camera.
Yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah, it's no problem. Back to one. Greg, I'm telling you, got a shot. I think you did. Greg, that's a rugged whiskey looking hand.
Can you
right
get
there.
in tighter, Adler?
Yeah. Back to one. All right.
We really got to get in there tight.
Yeah. Now, Greg, you push the cup toward the camera.
Push it.
Yeah. No, hold it like up in there toward. Now bring it in right there. All right. Now close it out a little bit.
You got to go back because you're out of focus.
Yeah. Okay.
Go back towards my finger's a little short.
Yeah, Greg, I don't know what's wrong with your pointer.
What's wrong with your?
Because I use the middle one so much.
Yeah, I don't know.
You think it's so strong? The other one's just got.
What is
weaker.
wrong with your pointy finger?
I don't know.
Greg, something's really wrong with that.
Yeah, I don't think I make the cut, guys.
Golly.
Well, I think being Baptist would hurt me.
Okay.
So,
yeah,
especially if we have to dance while we're holding.
Yeah, that's
it.
not a great hand.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna try it.
You know what I want to do.
I can't do it because I'm Baptist, but I'm gonna try it real quick.
Yeah, Greg, don't.
100 grand's 100 grand.
It's 100 grand right there. See, Greg, our hands look similar, don't they?
Rick, you could, for all you know, you're picking it up to dump it in the sink so nobody will drink it.
Right. Maybe I'm dumping it out.
Your finger looks normal though.
Yeah, Greg's top finger, something was wrong with that thing.
I don't know. Yeah, that's I don't know.
Set it down and just like ease it towards the camera.
How we doing on break? It's getting close.
You got 50 seconds.
Ooh, that's nice. That's good stuff.
See, I'm coaching. Oh, man, I can be directed.
You can be directed.
Yeah, but I can't do it.
I think my knuckles are too knobby.
Yeah, I can't.
Hams, let's see you grab it. Let's see.
I've never noticed my first finger's got some weirdness.
Hamsy, grab it one time, put it toward the camera.
Yeah, that is.
Slowly.
You know, I think the shape of that cup's throwing everybody's top
I think it is
finger
too.
off a little
It
bit.
did too. Yeah, I know. I think you're right because it can't really grab.
Maybe
it.
it's a glass.
I'm going to get that Gentleman Jack, make it look real.
Yeah, what they have in the picture that Adler showed, it's this drinking bourbon glass people drink out of. I don't know about it. I'm bad.
Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, all here for another hour. Join me in welcoming back Mr. Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and Rick, very, very glad to have the one and only, our favorite meteorologist, James Spann.
Let's do it. Let's go.
He's a man with a Mayweather plan. He's a mighty James Spann. He's a mighty good weatherman. He's the man, Rick and Bubba's biggest fan. He's the main weatherman. He's the mighty James Spann.
Hello, James Spann. Welcome back to Rick and Bubba.
Gentlemen, it's an honor as always to be on this program.
James, before we get into the seriousness again of today, did you by any chance, I know you got a lot going on, you didn't catch last hour on our show, did you?
No, I had to do some television, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Watching your coverage last week, there was something about some of the ways that you get a little heated, and I kept thinking, what does this remind me of? And it dawned on me, other than your expertise in meteorology, and your love of ham radio, you and Greg Burgess have a lot of similarities. Mm-hmm. You and my brother. This thing of how you people keep asking why they can't see the tornado, and you're like, they're rain wrapped. It's not Oklahoma, and you keep repeating that over and over again. Yeah. That's Greg with his ranting. Of course, let's go to our storm spotter. Of course, I don't know who these idiots are out on the road right now.
I love spotter convergence.
And some of y'all on FaceBag, that's not a wall cloud. and
James
so
gets a little bit frustrated.
And I started thinking, I was like, who does he remind me of? And I thought, oh my gosh, it's Greg.
Well.
Greg, I was hoping he's going to say we're two good-looking guys. But
that was coming next. I know.
Well, you know how you get things on your mind, and he
didn't go that way.
You'll say, all right, let's look over here. And of course, now they're around here. They're rain wrapped. Okay, doesn't mean they're not there.
I love the people mad when you go back when you're not at going back to programming. They're complaining about
that.
For
those of you that keep complaining about program, this is serious.
Yeah, and don't let a sky cam not turn right.
And when you got,
I don't know who this guy is out there right now driving.
Yeah, when you got a storm spotter pulled off on the side of the road and a funnel cloud is about to cross the interstate and an 18-wheel truck goes by.
So anyway, and that's a compliment. It's just if Greg has something on his mind that's annoying him, he keeps talking about it out loud. It's almost like he's working it out before your very eyes.
Yeah, exactly what we're doing. You figured it out. That you crawled up in our head.
Yeah, right.
My favorite the other night was when he said something about getting his feelings hurt. He goes, "But that's impossible. I have no feelings." I got it, James. I got it.
You got rid of them a long time ago.
I have no feelings left to hurt. None.
You're a walking catalyst.
Yeah.
So let's talk about today. So it's going to affect a large portion of the audience again, and things vary wildly. But give us the outlook for today.
Yeah. So again, guys, it's March in the Deep South. This stuff happens. This is not unusual, but it happens. And I will say it is a little odd to have two high risks in 2 consecutive weeks, which is what we have here. The highest level risk today, a high risk. This is level 5 out of level 5, includes cities like Tupelo, Mississippi, Columbus, Starkville. In Alabama, it includes Muscle Shoals, Florence, Fayette, Hamilton, Haleyville. But surrounding that, understand we've got a level 4 out of 5 that includes Nashville and Birmingham and Jackson and Meridian. And in those 2 areas, the greatest concern is going to be these long track tornadoes that are strong, violent, EF3 or higher, and these can stay down for 30, 40, 50 miles or longer. And we're seeing evidence of that in modeling. And a lot of people listening to us, they've got rain and storms right now. It's a pretty rough morning, but this will subside. The main threat will be coming later today into the evening hours. And what we want people to do is to do the same thing they did last week. We had a big event on March the 17th. We had about 50 tornadoes in one day across the southern states. And not one person lost their life. Yep. Not one person was seriously injured. And that's not a sign we did our job. That's a sign that people did their job. It was an incredible response by the people that live in the southern states. They were able to hear the warnings. They knew what to do. They responded. They got into a safe place. That's the way that it should work. And we're asking people to do the same thing today. So again, in terms of, I'll just call out some states because this is going to affect a big area. Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky. Those are the core states if you live in here. Number one, you got to be able to get the warning. and 2 ways, not one, but 2, preferably a weather radio. Every home needs one in business, and then your phone. And then know where you're going, know your safe place. In that safe place, helmets for everybody, including the adults. And if you live at a trailer, a mobile home, you've got to leave, and you've got to know the nearest shelter, and you got to know how to get there in a big hurry. And here's an important point about this thing today, guys. And we want people listening to us right now to help us. We want you to be part of our team. The greatest resource we have, it's you. We'll be on television showing people in a polygon where we got a life-threatening situation. But you know what? They might not be watching the weather. They might be watching, Freak of the Week on Netflix or Hulu or whatever. And they're not watching. Yeah. And I'm not faulting them, but that's what people do. They go home and they watch this stuff. And, you can call them. If you have a friend, a relative, somebody you know in one of these polygons today, call them or text them. You can be a hero. You can literally be a hero by helping us in the warning process in watching this stuff today. So help us do that. And one more thing, guys, a lot of people really have anxiety. They're really, really freaking out right now because typically they've been involved in a tornado in the past, or they've been through some type of extreme weather, or maybe they've lost a loved one in some deal like this. I want to give people a level of comfort, even on a really, really active day like today. The odds of any one house being hit by a tornado are low, very low. Understand, have comfort in that. But at the same time, you've got to pay attention. We don't go through this stuff to scare people or get people whipped into a frenzy. I don't want to do that. I hate doing that. But we have to tell people about the danger. And this is a potentially dangerous situation. And so get the warning, know where you're going, and we're going to be fine. And one more thing, guys, I could talk about this for a long time, but apartments. A lot of people live in apartments, a lot. And they live on 2nd, 3rd, 4th level. You can't be there. You've got to have a friend on the 1st floor. This is what I tell people to do. Go bake a cake. Go bake a cake. Go bake the best cake you can make. Go downstairs, knock on some doors, and give it to some guy down there, and that's your new best friend. And when there's a tornado warning polygon, you're going to go down there and stay with them because you can't be on those upper floors. So common sense, preparedness, the things we talked about, we'll get through the day okay. But this is a pretty serious situation, guys. Our greatest concern is for the possibility, again, of these EF 3, 4, 5 high-end tornadoes that are long track, and especially in that high and moderate risk areas. But don't get too hung up in these colors and numbers and, risk categories. Just understand that the southern states has a very significant chance of severe storms and tornadoes later today into the evening hours. But it should be over by about midnight tonight. This will not be an all-nighter.
James, you want to speak again about helmets? We know how important that is, more so than ever.
Yeah. And again, I know a lot of ER docs, a lot, and they will tell you that most people that are seriously injured in tornadoes, it's blunt force trauma to the neck and the skull region. And all you've got to do is put on a simple, cheap bicycle helmet. And that will greatly reduce your chance of really being seriously injured or losing your life. Over and over and over, they'll give cases of people that have died in tornadoes where if they would have had a simple bicycle helmet on, what happens? It's shrapnel. And sometimes if there's a strong, violent tornado, you might be lofted. You are literally taken a loft. And within that period, you are just being bombarded with these objects. And if you take a serious wound to the head or the skull region, there's a good chance you won't survive. But if you have a helmet on, you will. That also would help on that landing when you actually come back down. And even in a weaker tornado, you're not lofted, you're in your house, objects might be falling on top of you. So that's a really, really big deal. And I'm very guilty of not pushing that enough in some of the previous big days we've had. So that's something we want everybody to have. And this is not just for kids. It's for adults. Your life is precious if you're 80 or if you're 8. So it's for everybody.
James, thanks a lot. And, of course, if you've got your Rick and Bubba affiliates in any of these markets, they'll keep you updated. Some of you will have James. So pay attention to that, too, if you're not able to get in front of the television.
Stay ready to go.
And have your weather radio and your warnings, and pay attention to them and just know what's going on and then adjust. Just stay level-headed and listen, and then do what you need to do to maximize your safety. Thanks, James.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go. First phone troll of the day. 21 minutes past your hour. So here we go. 866 We Be Big Harry Murdahl lined up, and we got 10 lines. So getting in is probable. And then we do the phone troll, which at 30 seconds, that's the end of your call. We'll move to the next one. Remember, no meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs in the troll. So if you're thinking, I'm just going to do a little shout-out, that's not what a troll's for. A troll is for people to ask questions, to make comments, and to bring up topics they would like to be discussed here or responding to something they've heard. So 866 We Be Big lines are available. You can get in right now as Harry Murdahl lines you up ready to go, and we'll roll through them. With everything going on today, we believe the area that we're traveling and where we are tonight for the O'Reilly Auto Parts upcoming events, McGee, Mississippi, is no issue. And so Man Church there tonight at First Baptist is on, and we will be there, barring some unforeseen problematic situation with the weather that doesn't appear right now. So that always could change. But right now, everything is fine. Doesn't look like they're going to be in the dangerous area, nor will our travel time. So we'll see you guys there tonight, Lord willing. So looking forward to McGee, Mississippi, as we have Man Church tonight. Then we'll kick off the curriculum. So just FYI for those you may be listening or watching and saying, I wonder if that's still going on tonight. As of right now, it absolutely is. All right, let's start with Josh in Alabama. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Josh, 30 seconds, go.
Hey, good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
Good.
Hey, I was wondering, have y'all heard of this new game that a lot of colleges and high school teams are picking up? It's called Banana Ball. It's a faster version of baseball. And for instance, like the pitcher when the catcher throws the pitcher back the ball, he only has like a few seconds to throw it back across the plate. Nobody plays in the infield. The pitcher and the catcher's the only one that plays in the infield.
I'm not familiar with old Banana Ball.
Banana Ball, I looked around the studio. Not one person responded that they had heard of it. So I guess, no, we haven't. None of us.
Why are we naming all these new games we're coming up with after food? Do you know?
I don't know.
We got pickleball, banana ball. I mean, what's next? Tomato ball?
Yes. Yeah. See, I don't think the banana ball doesn't draw me in, but when he explained the game, I thought, well, that might be interesting, but not if it's going to be called banana ball.
Right.
Mike,
squash ball.
Yeah.
Mike and Harvest. 30 seconds.
Hey,
go.
you played great ball?
Hey, join me for broccoli ball. Mike, go ahead.
Morning, guys.
Hey.
Earlier when y'all were talking about the hand model thing, and Greg mentioned that he uses his middle finger a lot, I couldn't believe nobody picked up on that and said something.
Oh, we did.
We were trying to work through it.
Yeah, it's for you, the audience, to pick up and laugh and let it lay there a minute. Remember, Mike, you must understand, we're with Greg all the time. I mean, you become hardened to some of the comments. I mean, they just roll off like water off a duck. But we definitely caught that. Richard is in Bessemer, 104.7 WZZK. Richard, go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
So a lot of people outside Alabama aren't going to understand this, but days like today with the weather, you don't have anything to worry about until James Spann breaks out them suspenders.
You talking about when he takes his jacket off and he has nothing but suspenders on?
Well, there's a lot of different weather warnings and watches, and we have 1 to 5 scale for severe weather. We have different levels that we rate hurricanes and tornadoes, but the scale that all of us know is that when James Spann breaks in, it's getting serious. When he takes his coat off and he's only in his suspenders, that's when you got to look out.
And look,
and everybody knows that.
There's only been 2 occasions he was completely shirtless.
Right.
And that's when
those were the ones that we don't want to remember.
Bart,
Rick, I'd like to pass my time out to Speedy because I'm currently involved with banana ball research. I got to tell you, I kind of like it.
All right, do your research. We'll do a banana ball segment.
Okay. I'm gonna have to come out of it as well. I'm locked into video here.
Too. All right, Speedy, you
I'll
leave
take both timeouts
and let him continue and he'll prepare it.
Okay,
I got both timeouts. Let them go.
But or both of you. If Bubba can handle 2 timeouts, go right ahead. Bart in Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Bart, go ahead.
Hey, this is Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you, buddy.
Go.
I was going to ask Bubba, and you Rick, if you had seen on Spann on Facebook. I sent Bubba a link.
If you saw what now? What was that?
On Spann, like James Spann, like a GPS.
Oh, on Spann. like OnStar.
Oh, okay.
You know, I haven't, but there's been a lot of great parody things about James Spann, and he, you know, you have to laugh. Okay, it's very serious and at moments extremely serious, but there's a lot of comedy goes with it too.
Well, when I did the thing about the shirtless, that's one I've seen.
Right.
They have the different levels.
Right.
Right. Bill in Alabama. Bill, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, it's an honor. Listen, I'm Ojo Grandpa Goldberg. Monday night, I'm sitting here with my wife. The commercial comes across, and I say, man, he was old. I can't believe he's still alive. And I kid you not, the very next day, he passed away.
You killed George Segal.
Good night.
I hope you're
did.
happy. I mean,
I feel so bad.
You should.
Look, what a great run. 87, he was still acting and doing what he loved when he died. That's a great run.
87, that's a big number. That's a big number.
Never see it, me.
Tom in Alabama. Tom, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, it's Tom. I just moved to Homewood.
You just moved to Homewood? What?
Yeah, we've been in touch.
Are you from Rochester, New York?
Yeah.
Okay,
good.
Hey.
Right. Congratulations.
Hey,
you got here just in time for tornado season.
Now, what a day. I got to come down and sign documents this weekend.
All right, sing it with me, Tom. Sweet Home Alabama.
Alabama.
That's good, Tom. That's good, buddy. So,
that's good.
I can't wait, man. I'm thinking maybe next weekend I should come down. When will it coincide with the man church?
If you go to rickandbubba.com and look under events, they're all there, Tom, and you can see, which ones are still around Alabama or might be near where you are. But there's some in April that'll be pretty close to you. I know there's one that's the 22nd of April that's about 2 hours south of here, and you can look. There's an April 3rd. That is not far from here at all, maybe 45 minutes from here. So Tom, just go to rickandbubba.com and look under the events. They're all right there, and you can see. And of course, if you want it specifying to, hey, it's just a man church type setup, meaning it's not like an event. This is them doing the curriculum. You can find those at themanchurch.com too, under events. Let's go to Hannah and Foley. Hannah, go ahead. 30 seconds. How are you?
I'm doing great. I just have a quick question. Am I the only person who's just scared to death to have a vice president that giggles about everything?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I think it's just she's like an end giggler.
Right.
And when she answers a question, she'll kind of follow it with a little giggle sometimes if she's uncomfortable with it.
That's it. I think it's one of those uncomfortable things where we all have these little things, the giggle is her thing.
We have laugh enders. She's a giggle ender.
Yeah, she really is. You're right.
Ginger, Georgia, go ahead.
Good morning. A few weeks ago, I was listening to the replay, and there was a bit on about, Rick, your show back before Bubba was on.
Oh, yeah.
And you had callers calling in trying to guess what the full name of the show was, the tagline. And the problem is, on the replay, it just went to another bit and never came back and gave the answer. And I'm dying to know what the answer to that question was.
It was called the Morning Extravaganza with Alabama's Last Outlaw.
Oh.
Wasn't that right?
Yeah. Well, that was close enough.
Morning Extravaganza.
Morning Subtitle.
Yeah, subtitle. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. So
thank you.
Yeah. Sorry that the TuneIn app didn't. You never heard the answer. Bottom of the hour, we'll be back. Bubba, the answer for windmills killing birds. People are developing it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour. Thanks for being with us, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Adler. Now we have, I think, I'm just going to make an executive decision here. I don't know that Greg should be in here for the next story. Well, I guess I could control his mic. I mean, but
Rick, we love technology.
You'll see soon enough, him.
Yeah, we love technology. We love when technology advances and solves problems. Wind turbines have been a big topic here in the country. They have some problems. They kill a lot of birds with the blades swinging around. They require a lot of maintenance, a lot of lubrication. We've seen in Texas, they can ice up. Well, there is a company in Madrid, Spain, who says they have rethought and redesigned the wind turbine, and they have come up with what they call the Vortex bladeless turbine. This is a traditional, it will be a different way to generate the traditional wind power without killing wildlife. Now, here's a drawing of it here. It would look much, Rick, like a missile sitting on a launching pad.
That's one way to put it.
Wait till you see how they produce.
I just heard that laughing through the gas.
Wait. We put him in a soundproof booth and we still hear.
Yeah.
Wait till you see how it.
Unlike
oscillates.
typical wind turbines, they use the wind to spin the blades. These will actually wiggle in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And because they're bending at the bottom, they're using coils and magnets to generate current at the base of this. Now, they say, here's the good news. They said it doesn't have to be lubricated. There's very minimal...
Just read it, Bubba. How about
There's
that?
very minimal maintenance to this.
Are we sure this is not a joke?
They said that the
Have
carbon...
you been scammed?
They said that the carbon outside will last for 10 to 15 years with no maintenance on it whatsoever. Takes up less space. It is quieter. And a 10-foot tall...
Oh, my gosh. Don't let Greg see this.
A 10-foot
don't let
tall
Greg see
turbine...
This. Greg, don't look.
...can generate...
Oh, my gracious.
100 kilowatts. So now they're going to try to scale this up to make a much larger one. But they're saying that they've had amazing success with this. And, Rick, how about this? If this works...
Just shut him down.
If this works... On dry land, there also might be a waterproof application they could use to catch waves with.
I think this may not be real.
I mean, the terms you're using, some of the phrasing, I think they've pulled a good one on you, Bub.
No, I'm paraphrasing. Okay, I'm just trying to explain it to everybody.
Yeah, just read the headline.
They said they did get a lot of orders to begin with, but people were very confused.
Okay.
A lot of money being sent back.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
You got to admit, if that works, that'll be better than the big bladed ones.
Oh, wow.
No, Bubba. No, you don't want. I don't want.
By the way,
here he comes.
They said due to this being lightweight and having a center of gravity closer to the ground, anchoring or foundation requirements have been reduced significantly compared to the normal windmill.
No, Greg. No.
This is the greatest thing I've seen since the shake weight. I put it right in the same category.
Let me tell you, here's two things in life I will not do. I will not.
This ain't nothing but the shake weight all over again.
I'm not going to be part of this. I don't want to live in a world where these are out in fields.
Imagine driving by it.
And I don't care how good the shake weight works. I don't ever want to see it again.
I got so tickled the first time I saw the shake weight commercial. Lisa got mad at me. She was like, "That's ridiculous."
Would if they paid you to put it at the farm, would you put one in
the
middle of the patio?
Yeah, picture it, Rick. I'm right there by the pond.
No way.
Well, Rick, they're saying because of their size.
No, I would not.
That they may not generate these in large groups. That they may put 1 or 2 or 3 at everybody's house.
Yeah, because it's just 10
Picture that on top of your house.
I will live with no power before I'll have that.
Rick,
I'm not going to live in a place with that out there.
Think about giving people instructions on what greenfield. Now go to the bladeless wind turbine.
Yeah.
It's 10 foot tall.
Not one person who hunts at my place would ever call it that.
Right.
But you would have a nickname. Right. I know that.
Well, you already have the big buck field.
Yeah. No. I ain't having one of these. I don't want to.
I like the design, Greg. You got to admit the design may be an upgrade.
The design.
Well, for the birds, it definitely is.
Yep.
No way it generates enough.
That's what they
enough movement.
They said the current prototype is 10 foot tall and generates 100 kilowatts.
But you got to have the wind blowing. That's the key. You do have to have wind.
We have emailers that are saying they
Unless
don't
you want to get out there and
a lot
shake
of
it.
wind. We have emailers that have seen the demonstration that we've shown, and they're saying they don't even have a mic and they need to be muted.
That's funny.
I mean, that's the most ridiculous.
It looks like a missile sitting on the launch pad, wiggling in the breeze.
How the cartoon.
You're right. That's exactly
what about
it
when they first brought it out? And I've invented this, and I want y'all to see what I've come up with. And
How about this?
everybody's like,
It was not. It was not an
room and us
Greg,
doing.
Greg, this was not developed in Calhoun County. If there was somebody in Calhoun County that just came one time, tried to walk in the field and show this, they would be ridiculed. There'd be so many one-liners. They'd just shut it down, pack their stuff up, and leave.
But I have so many good things I can come up with.
No, Greg, no.
But you got to admit that as the inventor says, it has no gears, brakes, bearings, or shafts. It says
Thank
it does not need lubrication, and no parts get worn down by friction.
Greg.
I believe they're incorrect.
Somebody's going to have to cross one off that list.
Yeah, they added one that doesn't belong.
Right. Yeah.
Because I'm clearly looking at it.
Greg, just please.
Did you like the way that was? Did you see the magnets in it and how it was moving back and forth?
No, none of us had even remotely thought about the science.
No, to be honest, Bubba,
See, there's a coil and the
I can't get
magnets
past
are
the
in
look.
the side. See in the middle of it how they're shaking back and forth?
Could we
Look
not
at that
have come
right
up
there.
with
See?
something else?
How about that?
I got it now.
Looks like one of them. What's those things you
Is
fish
this what we're
with?
down to?
Look,
Is this what we're down to?
Hey, look at this. Look at my face. This is me not being able to naturally say things that I would have once said, and my face is contorting because it's trying to come out, I can't, and I'm just trying to hold it all in. I've got one line that would have slayed this entire room.
Rick, we've got nuclear. We got all this stuff we've developed, and this is what we're down to.
Yeah, we're turning
The
into a bunch
shake
of,
weight.
We're just turning into
Well,
a
they
bunch
ought to
of
call
idiots.
it the Wiggler.
Somebody
Yeah.
says, hey, we got to do away with the way we generate power right now. Okay, what's the solution? Take a look
Well,
at
it's
this.
Wiggler.
Yeah, you would think we would be going forward.
Heck
Actually,
must
we're
not
going
have heard
back.
that.
No,
he
the
did,
Wiggler.
Bubba.
The
Yeah.
Wiggler.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
That's what it
Well, we
looks
got a
like.
Wiggler farm.
right. Yeah.
All right, go to the Wiggler and go left.
Right. I think I caught a bass on this. This is not a way to generate energy.
Go down there and take a left at the Salty Dog.
Right. There you go. But
Hey.
Well,
all right. So
while the design is somewhat
you know which film I'm talking
bad, it could have been worse. It could have been worse.
No, it could have. You're right. But this is just you know what I call this. You know what I call this stupid. This is just stupid.
Hey, I like the idea. I want to check one of them out.
Bubba, please tell me this thing with you. This is where we part. You know as well as I do, and you taught me this that nuclear is the way to go. It's the cleanest. It produces the most power. We don't need to go backward to some ancient wiggling stick.
Yeah.
What are we talking
It's
about?
like having to start a fire with the old.
We've been to the moon.
I want to test the Wiggler out.
We just landed something on Mars and just driving around.
We're about to
no way.
we're about to fly around on Mars today.
And we
with
don't have a
drone.
wiggling stick.
Yeah.
Well,
to come up with.
You know how feeders will go off, and sometimes they go, "Hey, look, don't be alarmed. At 4:30, the feeder's going to go off."
Right.
Imagine this.
No,
Don't be
no,
alarmed.
have some
At
kind of-
4:30, it's going to start vibrating, but don't worry about
Now look,
it.
where you're going to be hunting, that thing's going to start wiggling about
Yeah.
3:15.
Yeah.
Once the wind kicks up.
It's in the headline.
Yeah, so.
Well, it's interesting. They're just finding another way to capture motion. You know?
And who made this? Johnson & Johnson? Who made this?
No, this is a
Speedy.
Madrid, Spain.
Oh,
company.
I thought that's the vaccine.
I think the same one that made that.
Right. Yeah, all right.
Tesla shoots off every now and then.
Right.
SpaceX, I mean.
Yeah, didn't I see this in North Korea once?
Yeah, please let me shake.
No.
The shake weight was a joke.
Two
Why
things
do
I'll
the
never
guys
have.
have to be shirtless in there?
Two things.
Why? Why is that needed?
Right. Put a shirt
They're
on,
not
man.
sweating that much.
If you got a shake weight, get a shirt on.
Rick and Bubba.
the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. We're back.
I can't start another.
All right, so simplysafebubba.com. I want you to go there because if you haven't gotten a Simply Safe Bubba system, you need to. This is the modern day that we do security systems. I mean, honestly, if you've got one of the old, antiquated systems, you probably have gotten to the point you don't even turn it on anymore because of all the issues with false alarms and things like that. It also, law enforcement does not respond as quickly as they will if you have a simplysafebubba.com system. You're like, why, Rick, why? What do you mean? Well, the others are known for a lot of false alarms. However, the simplysafebubba.com system has video verification. So you know whether it's a false alarm or not, and you can verify that, and so you get law enforcement to your place or your property quicker. Also, you'll install this, so there's no crews coming out there as you go, hey, y'all going to install my security system today? Yeah, could somebody be at the house between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m.? No. Can anybody do that? So anyway, just go to simplysafebubba.com and take this small and easy step to make sure that you feel like your property is secure. It also offers options for any kind of emergency, for fire, medical emergencies, all of that. They can get you help to the property by using this system. And it's easy to install in less than an hour, and we'll give you a free security camera with the security system that you customize. So go to simplysafebubba.com. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, well, the caller brought it up. Banana Ball, Helmsy and Speedy have researched it, and Bubba, we have the presentation from the Banana Ball people, and this is like the creator of Banana Ball, and in this 3-minute video?
Yeah, there's a 3-minute video that explains it.
He can explain a new take on baseball. So here it is.
Leaves a great movie in the middle of the movie. No one leaves a great concert in the middle of a concert. Yet, for some reason, people leave baseball games in the middle every time. And what is that saying? That maybe the game is a little bit too long, a little bit too slow, and a little bit too boring for too many fans. So we had to change it. We have 9 rules to our new game. Number 1 rule is every inning counts. If you win the inning, you get a point. First team to 5 points wins. How do you win an inning? Very easy. You score more runs than the other team. So if the home team scores their run to take the lead, the inning is over, just like that, creating a walk-off moment every single inning. Number 2, there's a 2-hour time limit. Very simple. We don't want 3-hour games. We don't want 4-hour games. We don't want 30-hour games, which most baseball games feel like. It's a 2-hour time limit. When we hit the 2 hours, boom, it's over. Unless there's a tie, and then it goes to our one-on-one showdown. What does that look like? Very simple. Extra innings are boring. You just keep playing, keep playing, keep playing. This is going to a penalty kick situation. One-on-one, pitcher versus hitter. The pitcher has to stop the hitter, or the hitter has to score. So you got a pitcher that can strike guys out, boom, you're ready to go. Or if a hitter tries to hit a ball way out in the outfield, the pitcher's gonna run after it. It's gonna be a one-on-one play at the plate. That's gonna create some excitement at the end of the day. Number 4 rule, walks are now sprints. Walks are a boring part of baseball. So what's gonna happen? If you walk, if you reach the 4th ball, it immediately becomes a sprint. The hitter takes off to first. He can advance to as many bases as he wants, while the catcher has to throw the ball to every single position player before it becomes live. We got action on both sides. What are the fans gonna watch? I don't know, but it's gonna be exciting. Next rule, no bunting. Bunting sucks. No one gets excited about bunting. We're eliminating it. All right, swing the bat. No bunting.
They threw him out for bunting.
Next rule, no mound visits. Mound visits are boring. The coach does a slow little walk out to the mound to talk about whatever. He's just delaying the game. Fans don't need that. No mound visits. We're done with that. Next rule, you can steal first. All right, let's make it exciting. If a pitcher throws a pass ball, throws a wild pitch, I don't care what count it is. All right, hitter take off, run to first. All right, let's make it exciting. Next rule, if a fan catches a foul ball, it's an out. Simple as that. Don't foul out. The fans are in the game. Everyone's trying to be a part of the game. Now fans can be. Next rule, no stepping out. The games have to be faster, and batters take too much time stepping out, playing with their batting gloves, doing whatever they do. Can't step out. You step out, it's a strike. Very simple there. And yes, if you step out with 2 strikes, you're out. All right? That's how we're going to penalize hitters. Penalizing pitchers for throwing balls, penalizing pitchers for throwing pass balls. Now we're penalizing the hitter for stepping out. This game is called Banana Ball. Yes, it's bananas. Yes, it's crazy. But it's nonstop excitement. It's faster than any baseball game anyone's ever seen. And I'll tell you, for all the fans out there, don't blink. You may miss something. And on June 26th, everyone's going to be able to see it live for the first time.
So there we go. June 26th, the Banana Ball League will begin.
Where are we going to see this?
I think it's in Georgia.
Savannah.
Is it Savannah, Georgia? Wow. That sounds like a lot of fun.
They have my attention.
Yes.
I love the fact that he's got to throw to every position while you walk. You can just keep running.
Helms, you were saying
That's
something about the
good.
pitcher had a certain amount of time to throw.
No, I didn't say that.
I thought somebody did a minute ago. You had to throw it in so many seconds.
No.
That's in real baseball in minor leagues.
We did that.
Yeah.
We did that story a couple of days
What
ago.
was it? Yeah, they were.
That was
No,
a
I
real
heard
rule.
I
something.
thought somebody said that when we were discussing.
There wasn't a
this
time
about it.
limit. I heard somebody. It was something about it. When the catcher throws it back, he has to get ready to pitch. He can't stand. So that it seemed like that was mentioned earlier. And I heard that too.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, well, maybe we saw something, and thought that's what they were doing. I don't remember. But bottom line is, I love this
So
idea.
where do we get to sample this banana ball at? How do we see it?
I think. I mean, well, surely there'll be of all the channels we got out there, Bubba. Somebody's going to cover Banana Ball. The Ocho, somebody's going to cover Banana Ball, and I'll be all in. I will watch.
Maybe the World Games will pick it up.
I'll watch it. Because it moves pretty fast.
Yeah, it does.
It sounds like it would be a lot of fun.
The Savannah Bananas.
Can I tell you what I love? I love that if the somebody in the crowd catches the foul, you're out.
Yeah, that is good. I like that.
Golly, that's good.
That really gives you a home field advantage because I guess if one of the home players pop up a foul, you'd let it go, right?
Yeah,
Unless
you think so. Unless you get
pull
caught
for,
up in it.
Unless you pull for the Red Sox.
Forget what's going on.
But so that will be interesting, and it's just saying that it's. I guess the league will just feature. They'll have their own teams that play each other because it can't just be one team. They got to have somebody to play.
What does this league look like? Do they give us any more details on that?
Well, it's all right. So I'm sitting here and I can tell, and Helmsy, this is the guy here. It looks like that was talking, and the SavannahBananas.com looks like they have information, tickets, schedule. But I'm just trying to see One City World Tour, Mobile, Alabama. Hold on, let's see.
Wait a minute.
So is it 2 teams just traveling around?
Or it may be
showing
multiple teams in one location, like you've talked about with lacrosse before, Rick, and how they're doing that.
See a game. You click that, and it
look at
watch
the
games
sponsors.
live.
ESPN's involved.
Says
Sports Illustrated.
Watch games live on Bananas Insiders. So it's got ways that you can stream it. It looks like.
So I guess what they'll do is they'll have a league, and they'll have, it doesn't say how many teams. Like you said, they may start with just 2 to travel around the country for you to see the game, and then try to build some fans, and then come out with more teams, maybe, right?
I'm sure they'll edit this as they go along. They'll say, "Well, this works pretty good. This doesn't. We'll change this."
Well, remember the XFL that you were going to fight for possession to start the game.
Yeah,
they put it on, and people kept getting hurt, and so they finally dropped that.
Right.
The thing was you would run and try to dive on the ball and wrestle away from each other.
Yeah, and then they had to bring the ambulance out for 2 people on the first play of the game.
Yeah, and they were like, "All right, okay, so that rule, and when we actually implemented it in real time, it didn't work."
Yeah.
So we'll
look
see.
good on paper, didn't happen.
But I'll tell you some of the things that are more serious that we've all talked about. Everybody gets sick and tired of the batter messing with his gloves, messing with his shin guard, messing with his helmet, messing with his bat. The pitcher steps off, keeps throwing over to first, walks around, mound visits. Everybody is tired of all that. I mean, and so that part of it, speeding that part of the game up.
Just speeding the game up in general is what this guy's trying to accomplish, and I agree with him 100%.
Yeah, all the merchandise is pretty good too. This is funny.
Yeah, well, it's a good business idea, and there'll probably be an audience for it, especially.
Yeah.
So did this start as a minor league promotion? Is this how this grew?
I don't know.
Yeah, it looks like one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Savannah,
it looks like a guy that's just frustrated with the speed of the game and finally doing something about it.
So Trent in Savannah says he has seen a banana ball game.
Oh boy!
So they must be developing it there. All right, we'll ask him about it when we come back. We'll get your phone calls in when we come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Our website's Rick and Bubba. Spell out the word and.com. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
It is 6 minutes past the hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, Team Rick and Bubba all here today. Thank you for being with us. We'll chat with you starting the hour. We undoubtedly, Banana Ball is happening. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, I'm ready to see some Banana Ball in action.
Well, it could be the video that we saw is dated and the January 26th beginning has already happened, or they're out doing exhibition games, getting people excited about their start on the 26th. I don't know, but we have people on the line who've either already seen a Banana Ball game and
are headed to one.
Yeah, okay. So it was. They did start last year. How did they do anything in 2020?
I know.
All right, but anyway, it's on, it's going, and we have people saying they've seen it in Savannah, and there's games coming to Mobile, Alabama this weekend, and one game is sold out, and they've had to add a second game. So let's go to Savannah first, where Trent, who's already seen it. Trent, what about it?
Hey, guys, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks. So, Trent, we have some very, very specific questions, and then you can tell us about the experience. Do they have a traveling group of teams, or is there only 2 teams right now that are traveling around playing, introducing the game?
Yeah, I think it's a smaller group right now. So this group was started after the Savannah Sandmat left our area, and this is a guy named Jesse Cole. He's a local entrepreneur here, and he started this team along with the Macon Bacon, and this guy's super creative, and it's incredible, man. The amount of creativity that this guy puts. It is a fans first service. I think his company is called Fans First Entertainment, and so these are guys that are between like college and minor league, and he's pulling them in to play on these teams he's created.
So, but is there only 2 teams right now?
As far as I know, there's just 2. I want to say I've heard that there is the game that I went to this past Saturday night, they played a team called the Wild Animals.
Okay.
But I want to say that was just another local team he's created. So there is at least 3 that I know of.
All right, so they set the game up. You went to it. Tell us what it was like as a fan to watch it.
It was exactly like he described it in that video, man. It's crazy exciting. We were entertained the whole time. And especially with the group of teenagers, you know, they're not wanting to sit through a 3.5 hour game.
No.
You know, we were in and out in about 2 hours, and so it was perfect. They loved it. That's actually the second Bananas game that I've taken my students to, and they told me, you know, Pastor Trent, we can't wait to go back. We're so excited to get back to another game. So it's definitely working.
Did you see any fan catch a ball for an out?
Yes, and he got booed because it was the Bananas that hit it.
Come on! He's supposed to
caught it for the wrong team.
Yeah, man, they were dogging him.
You gotta
and
think
even
about
the
that.
announcer was like, "Get that guy out of here."
And what about the running? The running on the 4th ball where you just take off and the catcher's got to throw it to every position.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that. I'll be honest with you, I did not know the full rules when we were sitting there.
Yeah.
And so imagine thinking that it's a regular baseball game and all these crazy things start happening. That was my first experience. Was like, where are the outfielders? Why is nobody out there? And so it was a little weird at first, but we finally started to catch on after a while.
Oh well, so you and the youth there at your church, they love it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Big fans. We'll definitely be going back.
So I wonder what's the next evolution of this. Looks like they're traveling around with 2 to 3 teams kind of doing demonstrations. Will they do a league in the future, you think, when they get enough support up?
Yeah, I think they probably will. Todd in Florida. Todd, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Good morning, Green Acres.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you. So you're going to a game this weekend?
Yes, sir. As it turns out, my stepson is joining the Air Force, and he called and said they're doing a swearing-in ceremony at Hank Aaron Stadium Saturday and I had no idea what it was, but they said the Savannah Bananas versus the Party Animals baseball game, and my wife went and got tickets, and I hadn't even thought about it until you guys brought it this morning, but it sounds like fun.
Now, what, you said a swearing-in?
Yeah, he's joined the Air Force. So between the third and fourth inning, they get a bunch of the kids out and they raise their hand and swear them into the military.
How about that? We got everything going on.
In the middle of a banana baseball game. Banana ball.
Speedy, what's your question?
No, I was just wanting to know, I think where some of the confusion is, the Savannah Bananas, is it also a summer league for collegiate players that had that name? Because I know that and the reason why I remember is because some of Tyler's friends, some JSU players went and played for the Savannah Bananas and would post stuff and post pictures, and they were dressed in all yellow, but it was a straight-up baseball game. And did this parody change over to now we've got the Savannah Bananas and we're traveling with this new banana baseball?
Probably both.
Ronnie has some insight. Ronnie, go ahead, South Carolina.
Yeah, good morning. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Yeah, the Savannah Bananas, they're part of the Coastal Plains League, which
there you go.
You got the Macon Bacon team. You got one in, like I said, Columbia, South Carolina, where I'm from. We got one out in Lexington. They're the Blowfish. And it's a fun league. I mean, and they did get to play a little bit last year. The first game for Columbia Blowfish showed up, had about 1,000 people showed up for the game, and then they canceled it because nobody, didn't want anybody coming in, and a bunch of legal stuff with the COVID going on.
Ronnie, but I got to clarify.
They ended up playing.
We got to clarify what Speedy's talking about. So all these teams existed in a coastal league that played normal baseball, right?
Correct.
But now they're playing banana baseball.
Well,
they're probably
that I don't know. That's the first I've heard of that this morning. Yeah. They must be just doing some kind of travel thing. But Savannah Bananas are part of the Coastal Plain League, and there's about 8 teams in that league. There's the Florence Red Wolves, which is in South Carolina.
Yeah, I got all that. But I guess what
if
I'm
you're
asking,
wanting to use a facility and maximize the potential you have for that facility, you would probably do both. And not only that, it sounds based off the guy's comments in regards to the type of players he's trying to recruit would be playing in this Coastal League.
Yeah. So what he's doing is you play in the Coastal League.
He's taking advantage
and then you go on the road and play some banana ball games.
Correct.
Doesn't that make sense?
Yeah.
And so they use those teams, and those teams play regular, but they also go out and go on tour and play banana ball. Does that seem
probably some of them?
Almost like you would have people play basketball legitimately somewhere, but they also travel with the Harlem Globetrotters?
Probably, yeah.
That kind
you
of
probably
thing?
get a mix of both of them on there. Like the guy that Speedy's talking about that currently pitches at Jacksonville State, he's probably not playing down in Mobile or playing on the Banana League baseball game.
Right.
But he's taking advantage of that summer league and playing there in the same, probably around some of those same players that are actually doing that.
All right, to Craig in Virginia. Craig, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Boys, I'm a naysayer. First of all, it could be that the Coastal Plains League is one of the lower-level minor leagues that got axed. A lot of them got cut.
Yeah.
The New York Penn League has folded, and that's been around for about 100 years because of COVID. They've shrunk minor league baseball by
tremendously.
No, it really did. Yeah,
40%. Yeah. That said, I wish I could do a better James Earl Jones impersonation because I would make this whole rant in James Earl Jones's voice from Field of Dreams. This is what happens when you don't have a daddy in the house who educates you about the beauty of baseball and the fact that you don't get to steal first base and you don't throw it around the horn to get a guy out at first. This isn't the Sandlot. We're not making these rules up as we go. This has been going on for a long time. A couple things I understand. I think maybe there should be a limit on the number of times a batter can step out of the box during an at-bat, maybe 2. Same with the pitcher. Anytime he faces a batter, he can't step off the mound more than twice. But some of this stuff, having a one-on-one, we have we have ghost runners too, like we used to when we were kids.
I think you throw the ball and get them out. If you hit
I agree with this guy.
Or you can use your Fat Albert bat.
Well, I have to admit, though, that's good. I have to admit, though, I did have more fun in what we did in the backyard than a lot of baseball games.
That's true, but it's because we were playing. But there is a beauty to sitting there and understanding the game and the strategy of it.
No, I understand.
It is. Winning one. What's next? What they ought to do is just look up the names of all the old teams in the roller derby back in the 60s, and just take those names because it's just about as cartoonish.
Well, and all that sounds good, and I agree with what he's saying. But Saturday, for instance, I watched Jacksonville State play a 4-hour, 15-minute baseball game. If I take a kid to that, he don't want to have anything to do with baseball anymore. Right. So to the guy's point, I understand that, and I'm somewhat of a traditionalist too when it comes to the game.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's a reason why people are attempting this, because no one ever, without a weather delay, should have to sit through a 4-hour and 15-minute college baseball game.
Well, it's just like this. You know, when I started enjoying deer hunting, when I finally went places where I saw deer.
That did make it a lot better.
Yeah, when I was drug out to the woods and sat there all day long and never saw a deer, I didn't want anything to do with deer hunting.
Which was the majority of the time.
I remember thinking, who wants to do this? This is the most boring thing ever. And then when I finally, somebody said, well, let me take you somewhere where you actually would see a different setup. We'll hunt in the morning. We'll come eat. We'll go back and hunt in the afternoon, and you'll actually see deer. Yeah. You know what I said? Okay, well, that kind of deer hunting, that's enjoyable. And to take a kid to a game and keep telling him, but you don't understand. You're missing the purity of this 4-hour and 15-minute game. And he's like,
all I saw was about 20 walks from both sides of the.
Nothing pure about that.
Yeah. Ain't nothing pure.
Come on, Blue.
Yeah, right. 17 minutes past the hour.
Bring him up.
But I think you can fix the current game and make it better.
Absolutely.
And don't have to go all the way this far. Right.
We'll be back. Rick and Bubba.
It is 22 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. For those of you out there in Rick and Bubba land today that maybe some of the markets that may have some dicey weather, some of it's already come through, some more throughout the day. Just stay with your Rick and Bubba affiliate, and they will break in if they need to and keep you updated on what's happening with the weather in your area. Well, hey, Rick and Bubba, the podcast, Rick and Bubba University, coming up again this weekend, and we'll be interviewing Ollie North today. So we'll talk to him about his new book, update all things Oliver North, and you can listen to that interview coming up this weekend. We have an update, Bubba.
News update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update. It's a Rick and Bubba news update.
Well, the Kickoff Hour gave you this update, but you may not have heard that, so we'll do it now as a full team. We demanded from the team yesterday, Bubba, that we get to the bottom of the missing woman found naked inside a Florida storm drain.
Naked.
How in the world did she get there, and what in the world is this all about? And we have the update today. Apparently, and we were talking about, can you get through these things? Can you crawl around? What is she doing? And we got that done. And the woman has told the officers, we now know what she said to them, that she went for a swim in a canal near her boyfriend's home in West Delray Beach on March the 3rd. Now, this is the part people aren't real sure if she's accurate. While she was swimming, she came across a doorway near a shallow part of the canal. She stated she entered the doorway and noticed a tunnel, and according to the report, she became curious. Now, she's claiming she began walking down the tunnel, which led to another tunnel, and so on, until she became lost. On March the 3rd, after 9 p.m., her boyfriend reported her missing. Police say they do not know how long the woman was in the tunnels. The woman claims she was walking the tunnels lost for about 3 weeks until she saw some light and decided to sit there because she saw people walking by. It is unclear how long it took for someone to notice her.
You remember we were speculating about this, but someone had called in and said the pipes were not big enough, at least where the storm drain was.
Right.
And the picture we saw, it looked like it was tiny. It looked like it might be 2-3 foot across. I don't think you'd go crawling up through that in an area that could be
Well, if you're on
infested
drugs
with,
and have an issue with mental stability, you probably would try it.
Or you're
making
it up.
Yeah.
And that is the key. She does have a history of that.
Yeah.
So
she said she has a history of bizarre stories and stuff.
Oh, really? So she has some mental illness.
Yes.
And you take
addiction.
that, mix it with addicted to drugs.
Yeah.
So it's possible that none of the things she said happened. She just walked around naked and got down in the storm drain and was down in there.
That's what it sounds like to me.
As
I don't know
opposed
where
to-
she'd be in the past, too. So I don't think you can survive naked in a tunnel under the storm drains for 3 weeks, 2, whatever it was.
That doesn't
2
seem,
weeks is a long time.
I think you'd get hypothermia.
doesn't seem likely.
or something.
Doesn't seem likely that could be.
Of course,
possible.
they do it on Naked and Afraid all the time.
Greg, it's not the same thing. So they, well, she says she was walking around in there for 3 weeks. About 3 weeks, it says.
I mean, so we don't eat
the water
for 3 weeks.
3 weeks. See, that doesn't. I'm sorry, it doesn't wash.
No, because no water would take you out quicker than no food.
Yeah, a whole lot quicker.
Yeah.
Now you're in a drain. I guess you could probably figure something out.
Well, you don't want to be drinking that.
No, you don't. You don't. But I mean, desperate times. You never know what she's doing.
Seems like she'd be violently ill though if that would happen.
I think so.
But I'm leaning on that.
I think I'm drunk on drugs and skinny dipping, and something happened, and now somebody's put me in a storm drain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I've now got to figure out and tell everybody where I've been, so I'm gonna come up with this thing. I've been in the storm drain.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem. It doesn't. I mean, it doesn't seem possible. But I mean, maybe. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But
just bizarre, isn't it?
The bottom line is that's her story. So this means she's not saying she was abducted or captured or.
She said she just saw a door, opened it up, went in there, and found a bunch of
And
tunnels
we're all
and
curious
explored
people.
them and got lost.
We're curious people to if we see a bunch of drains and doors and hidden stuff. Be like, I wonder what's in there.
They didn't address
Yeah,
the
but
nakedness. Why she's naked.
Skinny dipping, great. Everybody
but
knows
in
that.
a situation where you got drainage water coming out of it, that's really not the thing I want to explore.
I'm swimming in a canal near my boyfriend's home, and hey, here's the door. I'm going in.
Yeah, you never know what you'll find in there. Look at that shot right there.
But
other things swim in there too.
Yeah, but if you're not right, is ours where we grew up. If someone's mind is
Not what it ought to be.
Yeah, what not like it's supposed to be.
Yeah, what's not like it's supposed to be. Yeah, mine's bad. What not be like it's supposed to.
Yeah. So I mean, I guess anything's possible, but I don't think you can physically survive 3 weeks with no water.
No, I don't either. I think those numbers may be wrong. That report.
So
the timeline may be off there a little bit.
So, but at least we have the update that we were looking for.
Yeah.
There's still, I don't consider this update where you've answered all my questions.
No, there's still more questions than answers.
But this is where we are on the update. This is what she's saying. This is how she's saying she ended up there.
Yeah.
Doesn't seem possible, but she does
Out
have
the door, Rick. Open it up, and it just led to all kinds of things.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible. I mean, that could happen.
Let me ask you this, too.
I think so, though.
We're getting a lot of email on Dana Carvey coming out and doing an impersonation of Joe Biden. Is
It's a good one.
It's really good.
It's good.
Is it? Everybody said it was really good.
He's got his mannerisms.
I need to see that.
So he did a great job with Bush.
He did.
Well,
Daddy Bush.
He's got a good one here.
Yeah,
he did.
It's funny.
I'll tell you one thing. His Trump's
what
not
was
bad.
it he used to say when he would do Daddy
real
Bush?
good at
Wouldn't be prudent.
Wouldn't be prudent. Right
Not
now.
gonna do it.
Yeah. So
Not gonna do it.
So we'll come back.
Gotta do it.
We'll come back and see if we can see how he's
We gotta
doing.
find that.
But he, his Donald Trump is not bad.
No, he's got a good Trump.
I don't think I ever saw him do Trump.
It's good. He's got a pretty good.
Alec Baldwin did a
He's
pretty
very
good Trump. I mean, he probably got the front line.
I think
on
he
that.
overdid it. The way he do his face.
Yeah,
he got on my nerves.
but
big
that
time.
was part of it.
Bottom of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past. Rick and Bubba Show. From the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. Come on. Just an illusion, crumbling down. Come on, girl. Come on, say. Ah! All right, so as we come back with the legendary Four Tops, LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Now, I know Bubba and I were at his birthday lunch. We were talking with some friends of ours saying, the way we do business is changing. But one thing has not changed. You may be cutting down square footage and telling people to work from home and do all these different things, but you still need the right people. And a hire to the company is a biggie. It can be a disaster, or it can be a great asset. So why don't you weed out the disaster probability by going to LinkedIn.com/Bubba and get your role in front of more qualified candidates, and their vetting process based on what you're looking for it keeps you from wasting a lot of time. You can hire the right person faster. In the whirlwind right now, this is more important than ever. So go to LinkedIn.com/Bubba. You can post a job for free as a listener of this show, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. And I do mean free, even speedy free. LinkedIn.com/Bubba. Post your job for free, and let's get it in front of the right people. So Dana Carvey, Bubba, has developed a Joe Biden impression. Now, I didn't know if this was even allowed, in the new politically correct entertainment business. Can you even do an impression of Joe Biden? And here he is appearing on The Late Show. Still weird that they're doing these talk shows with everybody on Zoom, but here it is.
He's all over these mannerisms and the way he gets words scrambled.
He's
Joanne Woodward.
Come on.
Now they said he actually came back on Saturday Night Live to play Biden during one of the debates. So he's been working on it. He's been getting him dialed in.
I've heard he does a pretty good Fauci too. I have not seen that, but I have heard.
Really?
That.
Yeah. I haven't seen him do Fauci. Now the other thing that you were telling me about, Bubba, was this deal with Ted Cruz. Now we just got this story, and Bubba was telling me, and Adler, if you can find that, I apologize for not telling you in the break, but it just landed here. We were discussing it, and this is this ongoing thing, and this is my concern about the world that we're moving into, is that we can't reason anything out anymore. Okay. And this is the deal of, there's people in the room, you have the vaccine, somebody has the antibodies, or both people in the room have had both vaccines, and then everybody still starts trying to say things like they want you to wear a mask and in their presence, and you're like, well, there's nothing, or you're not even close enough to them for anything to possibly go on. So here's Ted Cruz dealing with a reporter who keeps asking him to wear a mask. Here we go.
Yeah, when I'm talking to the TV camera, I'm not going to wear a mask, and all of us have been immunized. So you're welcome to step away if you like. The whole point of a vaccine, CDC guidance, is what we're following.
Rick, the thing here.
So the whole point of the whole vaccine thing.
Sure. The thing that's more disturbing here, you have a sitting U.S. senator. You have journalists who are covering him. And the journalists are not covering the story.
No.
They're trying to be the story. They're trying to tell the senator what he should do, how he should act. Look, like I said, they've had the shots. They're following the guidelines. Hey, hush and do your job. Your job is not to tell the senator what his social distancing obligations are. It's to cover what he says, present both sides of the story, and let the people decide. I mean, journalism is a lost art right now. Completely lost.
Yeah. Well, here, let's go back to the science of it all, because we're always told to follow the science.
Yeah, the science.
Of course.
The never-ending, evolving science.
Well, remember, we only follow the science, as you said, in certain situations. We do not follow it when it comes to gender, and we do not follow it when it comes to where life begins.
Nope.
All right, so, but then we follow it if it's expedient to do so for my political view.
Right.
So let's say the science that's out there, and we've heard a lot of different things, and some of it we've seen in practice, so you feel better about some of it than you did in the beginning, okay? So the odds of this reporter or anyone catching coronavirus
from a person who has been fully vaccinated and standing more than 6 feet from them. Now, I know there's no 100% out there. I got you.
I don't think we can document many cases.
But I bet I can get real close to 100% you're safe right there. Do you agree?
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm more than 6 feet away from a person who's been fully vaccinated.
Yeah, the reporter, the journalist.
I think I'm safe.
I think I'm good.
The journalist, and I'm using that term loosely, is back behind a line, behind a camera.
Right.
And the senator is speaking to the camera. They're there to listen. They're there to ask questions. But that's ridiculous.
He thought he had something. That's all it was.
But could you wear a mask? And I like it.
Why don't he put a helmet on with a breather on it? You know,
I'm so thankful.
You're that worried about.
I'm so thankful that Ted Cruz was able to just finally say,
I know.
Because we got to have some no's before we let this thing. I mean, there's going to have to be some people that say no.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're more than 6 feet from me. I'm fully vaccinated. I do not need to wear a mask, and I'm talking to a camera, not going to. So no. I'm not.
Next question.
I'm not going to do this.
And nobody's forcing you to stand as close as you're standing.
Right.
You can move.
Freely
move.
Like
you can hear me.
Like Rand Paul said, he'd like to see us all, Fauci included, do away with the things that appear to be theatrics.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to. I don't want to get into this theatrics thing. Let's stay with. Let's be safe. Let's not be foolish. Let's not put people at unnecessary risk. I'm fine with all that. But when you got fully vaccinated and I'm speaking to a camera and you're more than 6 feet from me, you're not going to tell me to put a mask on.
Yeah.
Because you know why? There's no reason to.
Yeah, there's just no backing for that.
Yeah, I feel real good about your safety right there. I mean, I think you're going to be okay. So we'll come back.
This is just a case of reporter bullying.
Yeah, it's
bullying's what it is.
Well, remember, Ted Cruz is about to launch into Joe Biden's disastrous border situation, and
you mean where we have 16,000 kids in cages right now?
And of course, Cruz wants them called Biden cages. All right, we'll come back. We'll take your phone calls at 866 We Be Big on any topic you want to talk about.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Let's go to the people. Come on, people. Fire up, get to the phones. 866 We Be Big. Harry Murdahl is ready. 8 of the 10 lines are open and ready to go. Plenty of room for you to walk on in here and grab a seat. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. The person in front of you will be removed, and then you'll move up in the line. So not only is it easy to get in with our 10-line strong broadcast plaza, when we start trolling, we move you through there a little briskly, and so you don't have to wait in line very long. So let's get started with Toby. Out of the great state of Mississippi. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Toby, let's go.
Hey, brother, how you this morning?
Good.
Look, my dad, November 4 last, he got away from the house and disappeared overnight. And in Mississippi, we have pretty warm weather in November. But he slipped and fell into a ditch and had to spend the night in a culvert. And when we got to him the next day, he was so weak that he couldn't even holler out. The deputies found him, and the guy was right up on him when he opened his eyes. And he spent about 3 days in the hospital with dehydration.
Yeah.
Now, he was...
Yeah, so there's no way somebody could go 3 weeks with no water.
Yeah,
There's no way.
That doesn't make sense.
Sorry you had to
Doesn't
go through
wash.
that, buddy. Sorry you had to go through that. That's tough. Let's go to Luke in Dadeville. Luke, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good.
Hey, I just wanted to introduce a topic that maybe y'all could look into and talk about. Y'all may have already talked about it. I don't know. But I heard on the news where they found some more Dead Sea Scrolls fragments, apparently. And I just wanted to see if y'all could look into that and talk about that. I'd like to get y'all's take on that.
Yeah, we actually had that story. We were talking about it in the break. I don't think we did it on the air, but we did see that. So I don't know what they found.
We talked about it last week, didn't we?
Yeah, it seems like, yeah. So we maybe we did talk about it on there, but I know we had the story. And I don't recall anything significant they've come out with yet.
It was just the first pieces that they had found of this old scroll in literature in like 40 years. You know, they found a bunch of them back, what was it, about 50, somewhere at 50 or 60, the Dead Sea Scrolls. But a lot of it was just the versions of what we have now, the old Hebrew Bible, the Torah part of it. So. There wasn't any earth-shattering thing in it. Best I remember.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Dale in Destin, Florida. Dale, go ahead.
Yeah, aliens are real, man.
Do you mean coming in the border, or are you talking about from like other planets?
I'm talking about other planets. I saw one last night.
Okay.
It came down. And it looked at me, and it took me up into its spaceship. And then I remember waking up in a cold sweat, and everything was sore.
Okay.
I started to give him a timeout, and then I just couldn't muster up the energy to do it. It wasn't as good as I thought.
I needed a little more there.
Yeah, I don't know.
That was just recapping a movie scene. From the '80s is not going to get you a timeout.
Yeah, let's go to Gulf Shores, Sunny 105. Craig, lines are available if you want in. 866 We Be Big. Craig, go ahead.
So I'm upset. I think y'all should do a podcast on a new fable, The Profession That Cried Wolf, and get James Spann to be your guest. Why do weathermen, just everything's dire and warning?
So he's this guy.
Okay, well, I can answer that.
I'm not going to be around him today.
Yeah, I can answer that, and I, honestly, because people do die. I mean, just because you don't die, or maybe you don't end up with a tornado, you should probably be thankful about that, and thank the Lord for His grace and mercy. But you have to understand, they're talking about things that are happening in a macro area. And so just like this last one, I heard some people saying the last one, well, that was a bust. No, it really wasn't. We had people, we didn't have anybody die, but we had 27 different tornadoes that were on the ground for some period of time and did damage to people's homes, and trees were everywhere, and it was problematic.
But luckily, no one lost their life.
But I'll tell you why, the reason why you hear them crank it up a little bit, because if they don't, and sometimes I don't enjoy some of that myself, but they've learned over time, and I want you to know, knowing James personally,
when people die unnecessarily in storms, it weighs heavy on these people.
Yes, it does.
And I can't speak for all of them, but I know it does James Spann. And because they know that if people had just done what they said to do in the areas where it did hit, many, many, many people would not have died. And so this weighs heavy on them.
And they take it personal.
And they know they would rather you get your act together and be ready and not needed to have to get ready as to have not been ready when you needed to. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah. And because you missed a TV show, which you probably can record somewhere else, it's a small price to pay, I think.
Now, if you want to talk about the alarmist about climate change and the climate and how we're all going to die if we don't stop driving automobiles. Now, see, I can go with you there. These are alarmist, and some of this stuff gets ridiculous. But these forecasters that are trying to tell people, look, be ready in case you are unfortunate enough to have this stuff come down on you. James himself said today, the odds, he said, I don't want anybody to live their life in terror today. The odds, or even last week, the odds of your individual house being hit is not very high.
Nope.
But you got to prepare in case it does. And so I thought he balanced it pretty well.
Yeah, and like I said, he does have a balancing act. He's got to get everybody's attention, but he don't want to panic everybody.
Right.
So how do you do that? Because everybody reacts a little bit different. Like he said, they're studying the social science of weather is just as important now as the physical science of weather. So, and they've gone a long way in that, and they're trying to find these little things that give you an advantage, like wearing a helmet, like getting into a small room, and we know more about surviving a storm now than ever. So I understand that some people are kind of passive and dismissive on that, but I certainly agree with James on it. They're trying to save people's lives.
And we've got to be able to discern, I hear you, I'll do what you ask me to do, but I'm also not going to be in terror unnecessarily.
Right.
And that's what they're trying to say.
And I love when they've predicted because they're going by what it says, and then it gets here and it doesn't live up to it. I look at that as a blessing. I don't look at that as a failure.
That means hit a knee, thank God above, and you're prepared for the next time.
Look, I have a son that lives in Starkville. Do you really think I'm sitting there going, man, I hope Starkville gets ripped up so that warning for my son was necessary?
Legit, yeah.
No, I hope he does what he's supposed to do, like he did last week, and they didn't, and they don't have any issues or anything that's dangerous. So I understand your sentiment, but I think you're missing. Look, when somebody takes cover, has their helmet on, gets in where they're supposed to get, and an F5 tornado hits their house directly and everything in there goes into pieces, well, the weather people can go to bed at night because there's nothing that could have been done for that person to live. That person, they did everything right, and the storm was still so strong and such a direct hit, it didn't matter. What bothers the James Spanns of the world is when somebody dies that if they simply paid attention, they wouldn't have.
Yeah,
that's the ones that bother them, and you've seen it up close and personal. It really weighs on them. To the phones we go. Let's go to
and the guy that just called, by the way, has influence over people.
Yeah.
So he's out there saying things today to people about meteorologists and about weather that's going to get somebody killed.
It could.
I hate to break it to him, but that's the case.
And Rick, I hate to just belabor this point, but James said something today that I think has really caught on, and they've noticed. I do this. You guys do this. Other people have done it for me. I may not be around my weather radio. I may not have my phone handy. People are I may have it handy but haven't noticed. When people text you, that makes a big deal.
Absolutely.
Hey, heads up, coming your way. And I try to do that to people I know.
Yeah.
I appreciate people doing it for me.
And it's okay.
A couple of times that's woke me up.
Yeah. And it's okay if the person texts back, yeah, I'm watching it. Okay, good.
Yeah,
Well,
that's great.
Yeah.
That's great. Communicate, baby. Let's use it to our good.
Randy in Missouri. Randy, go ahead.
Randy.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Randy.
I wanted to talk to you about the banana ball game, and the guys play regular games and banana game.
Yeah.
What happens when they're playing a regular game and they go bananas?
Forget what rules they're playing.
That's going to be problematic.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
About
go.
them nanners.
Chuck in Tennessee. Chuck, welcome to the program. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was wondering if you folks have heard about the Denmark health officials issuing a decree that when the COVID-19 vaccine is administered, that the person administering it aspirate first. Do you know what that means?
Ask for a what?
Aspirate. What that means is after the needle has been inserted into the muscle, but before the vaccine is injected, they pull back on the plunger a little bit to see if they're in a blood vessel. And if they are, then they move to another spot in the muscle.
Haven't heard that. So maybe somebody in the medical field can help us with that. No, I have not heard that. That was your question. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour from the broadcast plaza and teleport a brand new hour. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler, as you just heard, are all here. And your phone calls at the number I just gave you, we'll try to get. Now, remember, some of y'all got to learn this 866 We Be Big. I can't believe the number of you that are calling the office phones and you're trying to get on there. That's not going to work. So 866 We Be Big. That's the studio line. Bubba, as we get back, we have to answer this question for an emailer. And we're going to do Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, record that here in a little bit. Oliver North will be our guest this weekend, so enjoy that. We'll get updated on his new book and of course, speak of the current state of our military and our veterans and talk about the things that he has such a passion for. All right, so I got this email, and you don't think about things like this, and this emailer needs some clarification. There's a commercial on that she doesn't understand, and we can help her. I understand what she doesn't understand, and now I had the email pulled up. Then when I played that music, I lost it. But the bottom line is, she says, I'm watching this commercial, and there's this giant man wearing a 55 red basketball jersey that keeps slapping things. Here it is.
Yeah, I answered that.
Neither me nor my father see the humor in the GEICO commercial with the basketball player, number 55, in the red uniform. What's going on?
Mutombo.
This is from Lisa. Lisa doesn't know what this.
Mutombo.
But keep in mind, if you don't know, you shouldn't get it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so, but don't they kind of explain it when it says you're having more fun than this person?
Yeah, because he loved to block shots. That's what he was known for. He blocked more shots than anybody there for a while.
He's funny in these
and he was from Africa. He's about like 8 foot tall, but every time somebody threw something, he was blocking it. See? So he enjoyed blocking shots.
Right.
So like he gives them the phone.
Yeah, and that was his thing. He tell them
no.
Yeah, but do you understand that
that's funny?
That if you didn't know who that was, and you might not understand this commercial.
I may not understand it, but I think I would still lie.
Yeah, real tall guy.
Well, she says she doesn't understand. She didn't know what's going on.
She's mad about it.
It says saving what? Your 15% is more fun than he has blocking. He even runs by and knocks one of the CG letters down, which I thought was
which is fantastic.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah. But she said she didn't understand it, so I wanted to answer that for her too.
I hope that cleared it up.
Yeah, I hope she can see that. Former basketball player that was known for blocking shots.
Yep.
So
he really enjoys it.
So now they've got him blocking all kinds of things, including this G right here. Boom. Yeah. And by the way, that looks good on the floor and everything. That really turned out well.
That was. That was. I don't know how they did that. That was nice.
Right. How about? And I just had this. I had this text from my son in the break too. So young Broderick works for a church as the creative director, meaning he does all the videos, all the different sermon series, and these stories that they do on members of the whatever that has to be done in that world. He does it. So he sends me a text, including the announcement videos at the church. So he sends me a text. He goes, by the way, you're in the announcement video this week. And I thought, okay. Then he comes back and goes, never mind, you just got cut. And I said, and here's my question. If my son is the person editing the videos, how do I get cut?
He didn't like how you looked in it, right?
How do I get cut out of the announcement video?
You may have had a sour look on your
Would
face.
You would think to yourself.
You would think he'd give you a little home cook in there and leave you in there.
But wouldn't you think, seriously, if somebody said, hey, sometimes people get cut out of these videos, wouldn't you say, nah, my son's the one doing it?
No, I got it. I'm good.
Would I cut him out of a video?
Probably not.
I don't think so.
Speaking of children, Speedy, can you believe your youngest is 17 today?
No, I cannot.
Wow.
Can y'all?
No.
Can y'all believe I have
Wilburn.
a kid that is 17? I can't.
I tell you what I like. He's falling in love with bass fishing.
Yeah, hey,
nothing wrong with
he
that.
loves it now, doesn't he?
Is he going to be on the fishing team?
I don't know. I know a couple of his buddies are. He called me yesterday or day before. When was that? A couple of days ago, and he's never done this. I don't think I can remember him calling during the live show with updates on what they're catching. Because anytime a kid calls early in the morning during the show, the first thing you think of is what's wrong.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
And so he was just, I just want to give you an update. I got to tell you what we caught yesterday, how we're rigging out what we're going to do today, and what I have a chance to catch. Now, his buddies are raising on him because they say he let what they think was a 7-pounder get loose.
that he had it.
Did he not set the hook?
And I don't know. They said they all started just screaming
did he
at
not-
him like, "Don't you let that go!"
Did he not give him? Did he give him?
I don't
did he give
know.
him enough line because we got a big one. You got to give him.
I know, and he's learning. I mean,
he tried to bull it into the boat.
I think knowing him, he did. Knowing he got excited.
You got to be careful with the big one.
Didn't let it just didn't
Give
let
it
it
a
sit.
minute.
Yeah. But the first thing when he got dropped off last night, truck pulls up. They got they're loaded up and they're getting everything out. First thing is, but he let one go. One got loose, and they were raising on him, which I loved. But yeah, they had a blast. They went and for spring break, he has spring break this week where he goes to high school, and so they went off and did some fishing and some different things at a family farm of some friends, and so they had a blast. He's back now. And today we celebrate one Reese the Boss Wilburn. I cannot believe he's 17 years old. And Terry and I, we've brought this up. 17. I go back and I think, wow, when I was 17, and you blink and I'm 52.
Yeah,
it happens quick. Doesn't it?
I tell people all the time when it comes to your kids, it seems like that they're small for a long time.
Yeah,
but then if you look down and you're getting a cake out and it has 12 years old on it. They're about to
You're great. 8th or 9th grade. It just happened.
Once they turn 12, they go from 12 to 21 real
from
fast.
15 on, it's over.
Yeah,
exactly. But now Reese, and they all will if you ask them. But Reese, he loves to work. He's my worker. He loves that. Loves it. Has a servant's heart, and just I want to work. He's got him a good job, and doesn't complain. Just loves to work. Terry, I know it is.
The work ethic
today is rare.
Yeah, whoever heard such a thing.
Yeah. Now he's my kid too. That you could go through past the bathroom and you could hear Frank Sinatra or one of the latest songs out. He's all over the road.
Or Leonard Skinner.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll let him play DJ when we're going somewhere, and I'll just get to laughing. I'm like, this is funny. His taste is all over the place.
Yeah. Well, he got that from you.
Yeah. I guess so.
Yeah.
He don't like that club music.
Probably if you'd fished with him more, he wouldn't have lost that fish.
Well, thank you, Rick.
Well, I
appreciate that.
I know.
He's raising on everybody right now, though, because I know we have the Rick and Bubba bracket going on with the NCAA men's basketball tournament, and the Sweet 16 cranks up Friday, I think, or something like that. But he's leading the Wilburn bracket.
Oh,
JC made our own bracket for the family, and he's leading. He's leading the bracket, so he's letting everybody have it.
Okay. Well, 17 years old. I remember when he was the little boss. And
I know.
And just and I know, Bubba, you've always been a huge Reese Wilburn fan.
Oh, yeah. I think one of my favorite moments is when we were down at Dan Moultrie's farm, and Patty Moultrie walked in, and he asked her, he said, "What are you doing here?" You remember that?
Yeah.
Like he was shocked. How old was he when he said that?
I don't know, but he will say... He will say anything. Yeah. He used to, especially. He had no filter.
Yeah.
It was the Oompa Loompa kind.
Wow.
Where you're like, "Hey, whoa, what are you doing?
Now.
What are you doing?"
Right, yeah.
But now he understands it. But he's so serious all the time. You could be joking and saying something. He's like, "Oh, really?" I'm like, "No, son, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
No, that's not really going to happen." But
yeah.
He's something else. Let me tell you, 17 today.
17.
I'm more excited though that Terry's making that.
Yeah.
3-4 layer chocolate cake.
Yeah, baby. Loving that.
You don't think I'm being that?
Oh, look.
And then, Bubba, you got a birthday cake coming tomorrow.
Watch out now.
You better save a little room for that.
Yeah.
I'm going to cut you a piece for that one.
Give me a corner. Marty Bubba continues tomorrow.
Yeah.
Reese Wilburn today, 17. Your phone calls coming in right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show, and we'll take your phone calls. All right, so last hour, as the hour was ending, we had a call with just a few seconds left on the clock before a hard break at the top of the hour, and someone mentioned Denmark, and there's
something rotten in Denmark.
There's something rotten in Denmark, as that they have been told, those that are giving the vaccine, to aspirate, meaning pull back your way and
take a little pull before you push.
I wish your pal would call back and ask.
Yeah, I didn't understand what he was saying.
Are they saying to make the vaccine has to get through the muscle?
I think whoever's giving it probably knows what they're doing.
Right. Julia's on the phone. Somebody's about to tell us.
Let us do it.
She's a nurse practitioner. So Julia maybe can tell us what he was talking about. Julia, do you have any idea what this guy was talking about?
Yeah, I do. Traditionally, when you're giving IM, an intramuscular injection in a large muscle like the hip, you aspirate because there are large vessels there that you could be injecting in. But for vaccines in the deltoid and the arm, there are no large vessels, so you do not have to aspirate for vaccines.
Let me ask you this. You don't want to put it in a vein or artery, right?
Correct.
What happens if you do?
Well, the injection is formulated to go into a muscle, and it can damage blood vessels. Plus, it gets in the blood a lot quicker. You get more likely to have a reaction, that sort of thing.
So, but why would
give that?
I'm sorry. It sounds like he was kind of doing some conspiracy theory thing in Denmark. They're aspirating on the vaccine. What is he? Why is that?
Yeah, well, I didn't follow
what was the point of what he was saying? Do you have any idea?
It sounds like misinformation to me, that someone got the general idea you're supposed to aspirate before an IM injection, and therefore, if you don't, people are injecting this dangerous vaccine into the blood, and could be having worse reactions or something. It just sounds like misinformation.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of that out there.
Sure.
So thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thanks, and thanks for what you do. Let's go to John in the great state of Mississippi. John, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, good morning. Hey, first of all, before I get to my story, listening to the kickoff hour yesterday, Greg's voicemail was awesome.
That was a good one on that.
Yeah, they got me on
that. Was so good.
A couple of weeks ago, I was in Gatlinburg, people watching on downtown.
Yeah,
so much fun.
And a lady was walking by. I was just sitting there, and she was as Greg would refer to her, Big Mama Womp Womp.
Yes.
Watch it.
And another smaller lady, but still large, was behind her. She looked at me and said, "Yeah, we know we're fat."
She caught you gawking?
And I poked on my brother-in-law who was sitting next to me. He goes, "What did she say?" She said, "Yeah, we know we're fat." I didn't say anything. With just people watching. See you guys.
Yeah, well, I saw something.
If I'd had one of them Fanny Farkle corn dogs, that'd have made it even funnier.
Well, I know, and I guess the reason why she felt the need to do that, and Bubba and I have talked about this for years, and James Gregory was the first one I heard use this analogy. People who are overweight, you're overweight, but we're not blind.
Yeah.
And so, and we've said on our show, which is back to kind of how we walked it out even before he made that comment about heavy people, is that everybody that you see out and about in public, unless they just don't use a mirror, they approve this look that they have. And I saw one, I won't even say when.
I'd rather not think about that, Rick, when I go out.
Yeah, but yeah. I saw something that just boggled the mind here, and I will say in a time that I won't specify. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was one of those things where you have somebody that obviously has a bit of a weight issue, as Chris Farley would talk about. I have
a slight weight.
I have a bit of a weight issue, and I'm talking about not slightly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Obese.
Yes. And the person had was walking around dressed in what you would call workout gear. Okay. Including, I'm showing midriff.
Oh, really?
And my underwear is coming up because these pants I have on are
Can't
so
quite
tight.
get there.
The underwear is coming up out of the top, and I'm rolling up going into a restaurant, and it's like I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It was like I just
like you said, they picked that out of their closet, got in front of the mirror and said, "There it is."
And went to the mirror and said,
what I'm going for. What I'm looking for.
Hey, Greg, this is the look that I want. I have nailed it.
Yep,
And
got it. Now I can't quite
And
get it above
Greg,
my
Greg, and I'm
underwear,
not running in to grab something. I'm going in somewhere. I'm
sitting down and visiting.
Right. Yeah.
Wow.
It's confusing
Let
at
them-
times.
they're happy, so
David
whatever.
in Tupelo, Mississippi, says he'd like to confess something today. David, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Rick, I hope I haven't committed a great sin, but last weekend I got a craving for spiral dogs.
Yes.
But my grill situation is not optimal, so I cook them in the oven.
All right, man, I got to go. Thanks for calling. What are you doing, David? You don't cook a spiral dog in the oven.
I know, but
Next thing you do, you're going to boil them.
What are you doing?
No, I didn't boil them. No. Okay, well, I took a baking pan. I put tinfoil down. I got a rack from a conventional toaster oven.
Okay.
And
Which is
put it in
getting
the
better.
pan.
It's getting better.
I did the spirals. I baked the dogs for 5 minutes.
All right,
Then I put barbecue sauce and broiled them. It was close, but it wasn't a cigar. I just hope y'all don't ban me from the show.
David, you are forgiven, but remember about what repentance means. Don't do it again.
I know I'm fat.
By the way, Greg, Sherry said again yesterday.
You got a different laugh.
Okay, I got called him 3 times. She said you've created
It's the end of it.
She said you've created a new laugh, and I don't like it. And tell Greg to look into it.
And I agree with her. It comes out like your normal laugh, but it ends different.
Okay, she said,
is that
what it is?
A little bit.
She said you started this new
Is
laugh.
that-
When did it start? And I said I didn't know I was doing a new laugh.
See, I didn't know. Is it new?
It's new.
Sherry says it's
it
new.
sounds different. It ends different than it used to end. It starts out, you go, that's Rick's laugh, but it doesn't feel
How's
that
it
way at
end?
the end. Starts out with.
I'm just kidding. I made that. Let's do corn pop 50-50.
Oh boy,
corn pop
CP50.
Go ahead, buddy.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Hey, buddy.
First of all, monkey grass.
Thanks for the call.
sir.
Thank you, buddy. What's on your mind?
I don't guess it's got to be a secret, though, because I'm sole proprietor of a chicken farm, and I'm working here by myself, so ain't nobody get on to me, right?
That's a good point. Just a chicken.
I guess so.
So I listen mainly via podcast, so I'm always a day late and a dollar short.
Understood.
But I was just listening to the bit on the Looney Tunes voiceovers
Right.
by the guy, which, listening, I didn't see the guy and all that stuff, but it's kind of funny because for the last 2 or 3 days, I had been thinking and actually had tried to call in all day yesterday, and what I wanted was to get Rick to do as much of, if not an entire show, which each segment he changes to one of his different voiceovers, whether it's Ben or Gary or Dickie Nedmeyer.
For a whole segment.
Joe.
Yeah, whole segment. He's
Bubba
that
wants
character.
Beth.
Yeah, that's Bubba's favorite.
What hour is that going to be? I'm going to take a break.
Remember, and and corn pop. That's, and I appreciate that, but less is more. I mean, it's sometimes these things,
A lot of pressure there.
little lines come in, and some of them, and we all know this in the characters that we do, especially if you're trying to do an impression of somebody that is known. The shorter amount of time you get to do it, the better it is. The longer paragraph you have to do, the tougher it is to stay in some of these voices and stay in that. But I don't know that anybody wants that, but I appreciate you caring about it. But let's try to keep them fresh, and maybe less is more. But I will say this. Speaking of him being a chicken farmer, I've got a guy that I know that's in the chicken business, and he's I travel all over the country and the world, hawking chicken. And I love every time I see him. I say, Marshall, how's it going? He said, everybody still loves chicken.
Amen to that.
Everybody still eating chicken.
I love it.
I said,
Greg, we know you like
I
it.
love it. Marshall hadn't seen you. I'll tell you why, because everybody loves chicken.
That's it.
I've been on the road. Big demand for chicken.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, Rick and Bubba show. All right, so you remember what fun you could have with this song with your new car stereo? Instead of get a jump from each side.
That was a good one.
All right, so Greg, how you liking the Helix mattress?
I love it.
You
Sleeping like a dream.
Greg, I'm telling you, your color's better.
I'm getting more sleep. I didn't realize how bad I need a new mattress.
Well, you know, when you're not comfortable, you may sleep, but you don't
Toss
sleep. You
and
don't
turns
sleep sound.
what you do.
You move around a lot.
Now I go to sleep and it's like I don't even move.
Right. So
Love it.
So helixsleep.com/Bubba. You can go there just like Greg did and his wife Lisa. Fill out some information about the way you sleep. Do you sleep on your side, your back, your stomach? Maybe you have a combination of two of them. And also, what do you like? A soft mattress, medium, firm? And they'll take this information from you. They'll customize a mattress and they'll ship it right to your door.
Yep.
And you can use it for 100 days to see if you like it or not. And if you don't, then they'll fully refund you.
100.
So go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. This will take all of 2 minutes to fill out the information. And this URL, helixsleep.com/Bubba, will save you $200. So make the move right now and be sleeping soundly like the real Greg Burgess by going to rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button or directly to helixsleep.com/Bubba. Couple of stories we need to update you on, Bubba. Where do we start?
Well, Rick, we have several. Hello, microphone.
There you go.
Mr. Mike. Rick, we have a high school football coach in Massachusetts.
Yeah, I saw this.
Who has been fired over the team's use of anti-Semitic language in play calling. Never, ever heard of this.
I'm not
sure.
What comments is he using in play calling that would be disrespectful and anti-Semitic?
His team is Duxbury High School, Duxbury. I'm just going to take a stab at that. They're under fire when his team used various phrases calling audibles like Auschwitz and Rabbi and something else I can't even pronounce. In their season opener, they defeated Plymouth North 35-0, but he has been relieved of duties over the terminology they were using. They said there's no place in our community for this kind of hateful speech, said the school committee chair, Kelly somebody. I'm outraged, disappointed, profoundly saddened that we find ourselves here. One, I don't know why they would even choose those words.
Yeah.
And two, is that being I don't understand.
Well,
I guess the whole situation.
You can see, the concentration camp.
Why would you even?
I'm not
Why
sure.
would you even wade into that?
But Rabbi,
what's wrong with Omaha
and dreidel?
Right.
That's the word you're looking for.
Yeah,
Dreidel.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, well, I don't. Why would you consider?
What is that?
It's,
Let me ask
it's,
you: would you fire
it's
the
something
guy?
they use when they're in their meals? I think.
Would you fire him
like
or
a
would
ladle?
you just suspend him?
Something like that. Yeah, I may be wrong. I don't know what is that a dreidel there?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm
like you.
Why even go into all that?
It's not doesn't make.
It's a Jewish spinning top toy. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made you out of clay.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I do remember that. Okay,
That's my point. Now Auschwitz, I get, but do you just go to the guy and go, look, I don't know what your intention were here, but that's not good taste. And even if you want to suspend him, but do you fire him over that?
There's just so many words that you can come up with for play calling.
Yeah,
Why
there's
that?
no reason.
I don't know why.
No, I got that, but
Pizza.
I'm kind of with Greg though.
Hot dog.
This seems
Is
like
he Jewish?
It seems like this would just be a simple, hey coach, who by the way has got an outstanding record.
Oh, his record's incredible.
Hey coach, come here and say, let's we're getting some complaints. Let's drop any of this Rabbi Dreidel Auschwitz thing. Let's drop that.
Yeah.
It's bothering some people, and he might have said, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize it would be." Probably concentration camp. You think you would have thought of
That would have been a
now Rabbi
maybe Dreidel not.
Yeah, Rabbi and Dreidel, especially Dreidel, probably not. Might not have thought that was offensive. The first one you can see easily.
Yeah, not sure.
But can't this just be a correction? Please stop doing that.
I don't know. Maybe
Is this a situation where they want to get rid of him?
But look at his
if they
record.
did, it wasn't for his
I
record.
know.
but-
159 and 43 since 2005.
Which goes back to what I've said in a lot of these cases,
strong.
and it may have been negative, but let's say, okay, maybe we don't like what just happened here, but let's look at his whole body of work. Do we see something we should be concerned about? If not, maybe discipline and, move on. I don't know.
The Cuomo continues.
Baby. Here we go.
Governor Cuomo's problems continue to mount as he's already got two scandals he's dealing with. We had the COVID patients to the nursing home. Then we've had all the women come forward saying that they were put in an uncomfortable situation or groped or whatever.
And now it appears that he used his position as the governor to get his family special treatment when it came to COVID testing, which is strictly prohibited, by the way, in New York by law.
Oh, that's a whole different world.
How about those two? Right now we're looking at the YouTube feed. You got the Cuomo brothers.
Listen, Governor can't believe he was at the top of the heap. He was riding high,
had a
big
Emmy,
book deal, got an Emmy.
Yeah.
Celebrities falling all over him. Please run for president, please. And
he may have had fell down the ladder in 90 days more than anybody ever.
Can I tell you this?
Absolutely.
Governor Cuomo is living out the Don Henley song "New York Minute."
That's it.
Everything can change in the New York Minute.
It did.
And he was as close to American royalty in political circles.
On the
Big
left,
Democrat from New York.
In this pandemic thing,
his daddy was governor. He is governor. I mean, a lot of them wanted him, like I said, wanted him to run for president. They thought he could easily beat Trump.
And he loves people like him. Love celebrities. Loving him anyway. He was the
eating it up.
Well, I wonder because
not now couldn't get arrested.
And I'm sure that the Glenn Becks and the Sean Hannitys, I'm sure they've done it. Surely someone has put together a montage of when everybody was just falling all over him. What is this great man, this great leader, future president? I want to marry him.
Yeah, he's fine.
Yeah.
Whoops, watch out. Watch your hands.
Easy. So to put together that montage would be funny to hear.
I'd love to hear it.
Did you also see the folks coming out against Vice President Harris? Who am I, Joe Biden? Vice President Harris yesterday over her sitting down to talk to Bill Clinton about women's rights.
Yeah, that's good.
When it was pointed out that he had been on Jeffrey Epstein's private jet, logged 27 times.
Yeah.
27 times.
Billy C.
No,
a couple of times.
He ain't gonna miss the party.
You got him. He does know a lot about women.
Yeah, he does.
And they're polite.
That was one of
he's always there to help.
He caused a lot of.
Well, I was asked yesterday. We were discussing this, and somebody was asking me why does the left? Why don't they care about this kind of inconsistency? And I really came to the conclusion is I think those of us that disagree with them and oppose them, they honestly couldn't care less what we think. I think as long as the people that they want to rule over don't seem to care. They live in a world that the people they care about don't hold them accountable, meaning the people that they want to rule over and that they make themselves wealthy and give themselves more power to rule over. As long as those people are fine with them and they've been led to believe they can do whatever they want and they'll never turn on them, they know that we see the inconsistency, and I think they kind of laugh at how much it annoys us.
Yeah.
I think Bill Clinton loves to know that this group of men is sitting here right now and he goes, tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do something about the empowerment and the plight of women.
Yeah, watch him. Y'all watch him.
And hey, it's going to drive him crazy. and I think he does it like it just like an end zone dance.
You're probably right.
And
you think VP Harris would go? This is not. It seemed like she could wave that one off. Right.
You think Hillary Clinton cares that we see the inconsistency that she wouldn't
apparently not
that she wouldn't allow women to speak out against her husband, but then would turn around and say all women who are mistreated by men must be heard?
Yeah.
Do you think
she was in charge of something they call the bimbo unit?
But do you think she cares that we realize that and it bothers us? As long as it doesn't bother the people that keep voting for her and want her in power, she didn't care.
Well, I don't think they care unless it hurts them by votes or donations.
Yeah. And Vice President Harris, she was all about women should be believed until proven different, right up to the point that Biden asked her to be his running mate. Then all of a sudden all that went away.
Yeah. But speaking, she's
him being a racist.
She knows
he wasn't a racist and he didn't mistreat women.
Well, she knows we saw her say these negative things about Biden.
Right.
But she says, but guess what? The people that it needed to matter to, they voted for us anyway, guys.
That's right.
Rick, the president has put the vice president in charge of the crisis at the border.
That's going well.
She called in testimony, you can look it up, it's running on news sources today. In 2019, in a Senate hearing, she compared the border agents and ICE to the KKK. Right. And she's supposed to be in charge of that?
Well, she's a walking contradiction because now she's in charge of it. And Adler has this just 2 days ago. She was laughing about if she was going to go to the border when she was asked about it.
Do you have plans to visit the border? Not today. But I have before, and I'm sure I will again.
Yeah, well, he just got you in, put you in charge.
There's that uncomfortable laugh when I need to think about it.
She does a laugh, Andrew.
But I think as long as the people that support them don't care, because here's what they know. The people that support them think their inconsistencies, they don't hate that as much as they hate the theological and the political and the ideology of the right.
Yeah.
They hate that more.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
866-WE-BE-BIG, Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, will be out again this weekend. So be looking for that as you rise on Saturday. Should be available. We interview Oliver North today. He's got a new book, and we'll talk with him about that and other things. And this weekend's edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, available wherever you get podcasts. Hey, also McGee, Mississippi tonight. Just got an update again from the pastor. We're having man church there tonight at First Baptist Church McGee, and they've checked their weather situation, and they think they are fine. By the time we start tonight, there really shouldn't be any issues there, and we are planning on traveling there. We don't foresee any travel issues either. So as of right now, no problem at all. We should see you guys tonight. So looking forward to that, Lord willing. And we'll have a great time together, and you'll plug into the 40-week curriculum that we have available for you, and it'll be a fun night together. And thanks for trusting us and inviting us to be there with you tonight to get this started. All right, so let's go to the phones. We'll start with Stephen Montgomery, listening to us on I-92. WLWI, trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Steve, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm doing fine. How y'all guys doing today?
Good, real good.
I just wanted to mention to y'all, do y'all ever get down around the Millbrook, Deepsville area?
No, not very often.
Well, look, you need to make your trip down here and come to Ingram's Farmers Market down here.
What's it called?
And get you this sausage dog.
Ingram's Farmers Market?
Ingles. They say Ingles?
Ingram's?
Maybe Ingram's? Yeah. Okay, but a farmer's market in Millbrook,
right?
That area. And get yourself a sausage dog.
You know, when I think of Millbrook, I think of travel ball. We played so many tournaments in Millbrook.
Yeah.
Right there at the Bass Pro exit.
Yeah.
Did you get a sausage dog?
I did, and I didn't know about it.
You got that big corn dog in Gatlinburg, didn't you?
Fanny Farkles.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good
Who
dog.
told me about that one?
Yeah, we did.
You love old Fanny.
Yeah. First place we win.
You know, I mean, I have to
get
be.
this out of the way.
You know, to me, the sausage dog, that's that brat world.
It makes me a little nauseous.
I'm about a 6.5, almost a 7 in the brat world.
It is. It's weird. I'll eat it and I'll like it, and then I feel sick.
I'd like to have I prefer a hot dog, just a straight up hot
dog, a beef dog.
But I'll try it. Chattanooga, Tennessee. David is standing by.
Angus.
David, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, guys, I just want to comment on the guy that called last hour about the storms and all that stuff.
Yes.
I lived in Hackleburg, Alabama, when the Phil Campbell Hackleburg F5 came through in 2011. And if they hadn't have taken the advice and not closed the school, the high school, the middle school, and the elementary school are one school, it was flattened.
Yeah, I remember seeing that footage.
And instead of 72 people that died in that particular tornado there in those two towns, it would have been hundreds.
Yeah. Right. So that
don't be disappointed if you go and prepare and nothing happens.
Yeah,
you should actually be thankful.
The best thing to do is prepare, and that way, if it does happen, you're ready and you minimize the tragedy. But and then if nothing happens, you're thankful. Am I just weird? I have this elated feeling.
Oh yeah.
When there's storms forecast and nothing affects me.
I feel blessed. I feel like I need to give Thanksgiving. You know,
it's like people think if I put my helmet on, if I don't use it, then I feel like I failed. Somehow.
I don't get that.
Well, you don't have to take pictures of it. It looks a little silly, but I mean, but it doesn't matter. Karen in Tuscaloosa. Karen, go ahead.
That's beautiful.
Thank you, Karen.
I like how the phone beep in there.
Karen
Help
can
that
up.
right on key.
You got any? I don't even have a comment. Anybody got a comment?
All I know, Rick, they've had competition since, and she pretty much wore him out.
I thought the EAS had broke in to give a weather update.
Trying to bring attention to myself. That's just what happened.
That's just what happened, Rick. There it is.
Shreveport, Louisiana. Lunchbox is standing by. Hey, Lunchbox.
That's a great name.
It is.
Wow, how about that?
How about that?
Hey, Rick and Bubba Swap Shop. I got a fiberglass hard shell cover off a 2014 GMC Sierra pickup I need to sell.
Are you being serious? Are you being serious?
What is it?
Yeah, fiberglass tonneau cover. I think they call them a tonneau cover off a 2014 GMC Sierra pickup. I just don't. It was on there when I bought it, and I don't like hard shell covers.
Okay.
What is this swap shop?
Yeah, that's what he said. He said, Rick and Bubba, how they get in touch with you, Lunch?
Let's see. I don't want to get my phone number off the radio.
No, don't do that.
How about email?
Okay.
Romeo, Papa, Charlie, Uniform, Romeo, Echo, Yankee @gmail.com.
All right.
Oh, wow. Hey.
Bubba, did you write that down?
No, I didn't because I'm not needing one. So I didn't.
You do. You need it on that big truck you got.
No, I don't need it.
Just email Greg at rickandbubba.com. He wrote that down.
Yeah.
Greg, you remember the other day that I told you that it's a relatively new friend of mine who's from Louisiana, and he's very, 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 very particular about people claiming they're cooking Cajun food.
Yeah.
And you remember I told you about that?
Yeah, he said there wasn't any available.
When somebody asked him, said, "Where's the best Cajun restaurant, to eat at?" And he said, "None."
Yeah.
And then he made the point because I said, "Wow." He goes, "Oh, let me ask you this: if somebody asked you where can I go to a restaurant to get your mother's cornbread, what would you say?" And I said, "Well, there isn't one."
That's a good point.
He goes, "That's what I'm talking about." Well, he started on it again yesterday. He claimed that some guy was having a crawfish boil and he didn't like the way he was doing it, and he went over there and he said, "Why are you doing it this way?" And he said, "Well, that's the way they do it in Louisiana." He goes, "No, I'm actually from Louisiana. We don't do it this way."
Oh boy!
What about the guy he thought he was going to be sharp and nobody would be from Louisiana there?
He was.
Hey, he's very particular about how you do the spicing on the crawfish.
There's an art to it.
The guy was putting it in at the wrong stage for some reason.
Boy.
Really flew all over. And I said, "Do you walk around as the Cajun food policeman?" He goes, "Well, I don't call it something that it's not if you're not doing it right." Let's go to Orange Beach. Mean Gene standing by.
Orange Beach.
Hey, Mean Gene, what's going on, buddy?
Monkey grass and green acres, boys.
Thank you, Mean Gene. Mean Gene, the dancing machine.
Yeah.
Go ahead, buddy.
Come on. Hey, I got a quick question for you, and I know the two fattest men on radio could probably answer my question.
No, that's not correct. We're not the two fattest men on radio because there are fatter. We're the two sexiest fat men alive.
Fat men.
Yeah, because John Candy is no longer living.
Right. My question is, where are these people that are making all these command decisions, and where are they from, that sit around this big table and decide that Yosemite Sam and a plastic potato and Dr. Seuss are offensive? Where are these people at?
Well,
it's kind of hard to nail it down, isn't it?
Well, here's the problem. It could be anybody. We're the problem. They're not the problem. Because there was a day if somebody had decided that they wanted to hold court and have a round table on the plight of the plastic potato and whether it should be genderless, no one would have even tolerated that conversation. You'd have been laughed out. If somebody came up and said, if I declare whatever gender I want to be, can I go to any bathroom I want to? There was a time that would have never got off the table. No. Somebody saying that these things are offensive at one time would have never even seen the light of day, because now that doesn't mean nothing was ever offensive. It means we had a higher standard of being offended. It was a much higher standard. And now we will just, if you can declare it and get enough people angry about it, you get your way. Yes. Because we love mobs now.
Mob rule.
We can't
the rule of law. Mob rule.
That's why it was such a breath of fresh air to hear Ted Cruz today say what he said about the mask to the reporter. See that? You say how long that took? Ted
Boom.
Cruz,
just say no, basically. Yeah. Just say no.
Hey, Rick, do you care? What do you think about Mr. Potato Head? I don't ever, because I'm 56 years old. I don't ever think about it, and I don't think it's a big concern of anyone's. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, thank you for watching Rick and Bubba live on our YouTube channel. We're here live every Monday through Friday.
Be sure to subscribe and hit the little bell for notifications.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Waking on that blubber.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Gonna be a big star.
Rick and Bubba.
Fat will get you very far.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba